Hey there. Tonight's story isn't about war, royalty, or ancient heroes. It's about rules. Really strange ones. You'll visit courtrooms where lettuce theft meant amputation, temples where swearing falsely meant your tongue might be cut out, and markets where touching the wrong item could cost you your hand. From Babylon to Egypt, from Athens to ancient China, we're diving into the quietly ridiculous logic of ancient law. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe. But only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's oddly comforting to know who else is drifting off to the same bizarre history. So, settle in. Put your hand where everyone can see it. And let's begin with the laws you'd definitely be breaking if you lived back then. Let us begin with a stone. Not just any stone, of course, but one that stands over 7 feet tall and looks rather like a blackened thumb. If that thumb had 282 laws etched into its surface and had spent the last few thousand years in the Louvre. This is the Code of Hammurabi, carved around 1754 BCE in ancient Babylon, under the regal direction of King Hammurabi himself, a man who, if the stone is to be believed, was chosen by the gods to bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evildoers, so that the strong should not harm the weak. Which sounds terribly noble, until you begin reading what justice actually looked like under his rule. Because for Hammurabi, righteousness meant, among other things, that if a builder's house collapsed and killed the owner's son, then the builder's son would be put to death in return. No refunds, just sons. This is a legal tradition known as lex talionis, or the law of retaliation, often summed up by that famous phrase, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. In Hammurabi's Babylon, this wasn't a metaphor. If you knocked out someone's tooth, the state would knock out yours. If you gouged out someone's eye, you could expect your own eye to be carefully removed, presumably by someone with very steady hands and a good understanding of symmetry. Of course, not everyone's eyes were created equal. If a nobleman gouged out the eye of another nobleman, the law required his eye be taken in return. Fair's fair. But if he gouged out the eye of a commoner, someone from the lower class, then a fine would do, a few shekels of silver, and the problem was considered solved. And if a nobleman harmed a slave, well, that was the slave owner's financial problem, not a legal one. Babylonian justice, you see, was tiered. Righteousness was a sliding scale, and your place on that scale depended on your birth. This wasn't considered cruel or unjust. On the contrary, it was orderly, predictable. And in a world of floods, famine, and suspicious goat entrails, predictability was comfort. But let us return to the stele. Imagine yourself standing in the hot sun of Mesopotamia, staring up at this stone monument. At the top, you'd see a carving of King Hammurabi himself receiving the law from Shamash, the god of justice and the sun. Shamash is seated, holding a rod and a ring, divine symbols of authority, while Hammurabi stands obediently, like a schoolboy being handed a very long assignment. Below this scene, the laws begin. Not alphabetically, not by topic, but in a sequence that suggests either deep wisdom or mild disorganization. Law 1 concerns false accusations of sorcery. Law 2 jumps straight into perjury. By Law 6, we're into theft. And by Law 21, we're already discussing burglars being put to death and buried at the breach point in the wall. It reads like a stern father's notebook. Part legal code, part grim to-do list. Now, one might expect the earliest legal systems to be obsessed with murder, theft, and general mayhem. And while Hammurabi's code certainly covers those topics, and covers them with particular enthusiasm for dismemberment, it also dedicates surprising space to irrigation. Yes, water channels, canals, ditches. Law 53, for example, states that if someone is too lazy to keep their dam in good repair and it breaks, flooding their neighbours' fields, then they must repay the grain lost. Fair enough. But if they can't repay the grain, they'll be sold, not sued, sold. Law 55 adds that if someone accidentally floods the fields while trying to irrigate, they must compensate the neighbours. This all sounds terribly modern until you remember that the tools used for irrigation were often little more than sticks, clay pots, and hopeful guesses. In other words, Babylonian farmers were expected to control water with the precision of civil engineers, or risk being reduced to property. There's also a law about renting oxen, and one about improperly labelling beer, and quite a few on adultery, mostly involving drowning. Which brings us neatly to the topic of wives. In Hammurabi's Babylon, marriage was a legally binding contract. It came with obligations, punishments, and, in the case of infidelity, some truly inventive consequences. Law 129 is especially famous. It states, if a man's wife is caught lying with another man, they shall bind them and throw them into the water. Presumably not a spa. However, there's a small but revealing clause. If the husband decides to pardon his wife, the drowning can be cancelled. A sort of by royal permission on a local scale. The law didn't say why she might be pardoned. Perhaps she baked excellent bread. Or perhaps he didn't fancy being single again. But the power lay with him. Still, Babylonian law wasn't entirely without nuance. If a woman was neglected, if her husband left her without food or care, she could file for separation and, if proven, return to her father's house. Even here, control and hierarchy were everything. She could leave, but only with permission, and only to a sanctioned destination. Another favourite is Law 218, which concerns surgeons. If a doctor performed a major operation on a nobleman and the patient died, the doctor's hands were to be cut off. Not sued, not disbarred, just handless. It's worth noting that this applied only if the patient was a nobleman. If the doctor killed a commoner, the penalty was a fine. And if the patient was a slave, the doctor had to pay the owner for the value of the slave. In Babylon, even death had market value, and a very specific receipt. There are also a few laws that feel oddly domestic, even faintly bureaucratic. Law 196. If a man destroys the eye of another man, they shall destroy his eye. Law 197. If he breaks another man's bone, they shall break his bone. Law 198. If he destroys the eye of a commoner, he shall pay 1 mina of silver. The pattern becomes clear. Babylonian justice was deeply transactional. If you had enough silver, you could buy forgiveness. If you didn't, your body paid the price. This created a world in which justice wasn't blind. It was rather exacting in its bookkeeping. Now, before we judge too harshly, we must remember the environment from which these laws emerged. Babylonian society was complex, hierarchical, and deeply religious. The gods were believed to oversee every aspect of life, from harvests to sickness, to the precise width of your neighbour's boundary stone. Law was not simply about fairness. It was about maintaining cosmic order. Punishment wasn't vengeance. It was alignment. The idea was not to comfort the victim, but to rebalance the moral universe. If someone stole a goat and the punishment wasn't administered, the gods might take offence and punish the entire community. Better to drown one adulteress than suffer a drought. And so, these laws, written in cuneiform, carved onto basalt, and displayed in the public square, weren't just practical guidelines. They were theological architecture. Every verdict, every amputation, every flooded field was part of a divine ledger. And woe betide the man who tampered with it. Hammurabi himself ends the code with a long and rather self-congratulatory warning. He invokes the gods, calls himself the King of Justice, and curses anyone who dares alter his words. May the great gods of heaven and earth tear out his seed, judge his case, and destroy his land. Strong feelings for a man who just wanted people to label their beer properly. As you drift off now, imagine a world where every disagreement, from land disputes to bad medical outcomes, was handled by reference to a stone monument, where class decided your value, and the gods were assumed to be extremely interested in your plumbing problems. It was orderly, yes. Fair? That's another matter. But above all, it was strangely human, trying in its own severe way to bring justice to a world of chaos. One eyeball at a time. Sleep well. If Babylon gave us laws carved in stone, then Sumer gave us something even more impressive. Clay tablets, hundreds of them, baked to permanence by the Mesopotamian sun, inscribed in cuneiform, those neat wedge-shaped marks made by pressing a stylus into soft clay, and quietly catalogued by scribes who, one assumes, were very good at sitting still. We're going back further now, to around 2100 BCE, to the dusty sun-baked city of Ur, in what is now southern Iraq. This was a time before alphabets, before coins, and, crucially, before the concept of separating gossip from crime. The Sumerians, though overshadowed in textbooks by their Babylonian successors, were rather remarkable. They invented writing, or at least a version of it. They built cities with irrigation, organized temples with priests, and filled their lives with contracts, inventories, and the deeply held belief that everything, from land boundaries to whispers behind closed doors, needed documentation. They also gave us one of the earliest legal codes we know of, the Code of Ur-Nammu. Written nearly 3 centuries before Hammurabi, it is both more lenient and somehow more peculiar. And it begins, as so many things did in ancient Sumer, with the gods. King Ur-Nammu of Ur, the man behind the code, claimed divine authority, not modestly. His law code opens by declaring that the gods Nana and Utu appointed him to bring peace, order, and justice. One imagines Utu, the sun god, sighing as he handed down a to-do list that included regulating the behaviour of millers and resolving donkey thefts. Ur-Nammu's laws, though fewer in number than Hammurabi's, were striking in their own way. There were no eyes for eyes here, no sons executed for the sins of their fathers. Instead, punishments tended to involve silver fines, physical punishment, or occasionally death by drowning, though that last one was reserved for special occasions, usually involving adultery. It all starts out quite sensibly. If a man commits a murder, he shall be killed. directer. No arguments, but then it turns quickly into the realm of the oddly specific. If a man divorces his first-time wife, he shall pay her 1 mina of silver. If a man is accused of sorcery, and it is not proven, he shall pay 3 shekels. What's striking is not just the punishment, but the precision. The law doesn't say the man is innocent of sorcery, just that it wasn't proven. And in that lack of proof lies a fine, a sort of penalty for being suspiciously magical. This brings us neatly to the Sumerian obsession with slander. The legal code suggests that gossip was not a hobby. It was a prosecutable offence. Whispering about someone's conduct could land you in court, or worse, in a canal. The Sumerians seemed deeply concerned with what people said, how they said it, and whether a third party might be quietly listening through a curtain of reeds. The gods, after all, were always watching. And if they weren't, your neighbours certainly were. In fact, one surviving fragment of a Sumerian legal text describes a woman accusing another of having killed her husband. The accused is forced to undergo a trial by ordeal, a divinely supervised dunking. If she drowns, well, divine judgment. If she floats, she's innocent. Some scholars have debated the logistics. Did they tie weights to the accused? Was there a ritual involved? Did the gods prefer a gentle toss or a ceremonious shove? The tablets are silent, but the logic is clear. The river was the courtroom. The gods were the jury. The outcome? Wet. But not all laws were so dramatic. Many were eerily bureaucratic, like entries from a very ancient insurance manual. If a man lets his ox stray, and it gores another man, the owner shall pay compensation. Oxen were rather the SUVs of Sumer. Heavy, slow to turn, and occasionally deadly. And so they were regulated. Their behaviour, their owners' responsibilities, even their breeding. Ox-related incidents were no laughing matter. Other laws covered false weights, tampering with boundary stones, and the proper payment for wet nurses. A profession taken so seriously that there were legal contracts for how long a child should be breastfed, and how much milk was owed daily. One gets the impression that Sumerian lawyers were extremely good at paperwork, and that justice was measured not just in fairness, but in volume. How much milk, how many shekels, how deep the canal. Now let's pause for a moment and imagine a courtroom in Ur. There is no jury, no powdered wigs. The judge is a high-ranking official, perhaps even the king's representative, sitting on a stone bench in the temple courtyard. Scribes lean nearby with wax tablets and styluses. The accused stands barefoot, nervous, possibly clutching an offering. The crime, allegedly cursing the neighbour's sheep. The punishment? Depending on the outcome, perhaps 10 shekels. Perhaps drowning. Perhaps a firm warning and a recommendation to be less dramatic in the future. It's hard to say. One surviving case tells us of a woman falsely accused of adultery. She swears her innocence. Her accuser insists otherwise. There are no witnesses, so the temple priest recommends a trial by water. Again. Water, in Shimmer, was not just for bathing. It was divine. It connected the world of the living with the realm of the gods. To submit someone to water was to invite judgment from beyond. It's hard to imagine the accused finding this particularly comforting. Even contracts of adoption were strictly regulated. If you adopted a son, and he displeased you, you couldn't simply unadopt him. You needed a valid reason. Just as in a land dispute, you might need witnesses, written agreements, and a clay tablet or two to prove your side. Which brings us to an important point. The Sumerians loved writing things down. They wrote down court cases. They wrote down contracts, receipts, prayers, hymns, astronomical data, and, when time allowed, complaints about copper shipments. Yes, we have those. Their legal culture was not just about punishment. It was about record keeping. The written word, they believed, was more reliable than memory, especially when memory might be swayed by bribes, wine, or the persuasive powers of one's mother-in-law. So they recorded everything. And in doing so, they gave us one of the earliest pictures of a civilization trying, not always successfully, to regulate itself. Another point of interest is the uneven severity of punishments. Murder, death, adultery, death or drowning, theft, fines, unless it involved temple property, in which case also death, breaking a dam or floodgate, reparations and possible servitude. But lying about someone, even without proof, could carry just as harsh a penalty. This wasn't about protecting truth so much as protecting social cohesion. The Sumerians lived in close quarters, in dense urban clusters. Gossip could erode trust, and trust was vital when your neighbour's goat had access to your barley. If the gods wanted justice, the Sumerians wanted quiet. Nowhere is this clearer than in their language. They didn't use a word for law as we know it. Instead, they had terms for verdicts, decrees, and judgments, usually connected to temple activity. Law wasn't a separate institution. It was an extension of divine will, administered by scribes and priests on behalf of the gods. And those gods had very particular preferences. They disliked disorder. They hated arrogance. And they were surprisingly attentive to how many jars of grain one paid for. As for prisons, there weren't many. Most punishments were immediate. You were fined, flogged, mutilated, or drowned. Very efficient. Long-term imprisonment didn't yet exist as a widespread tool of justice. Why feed someone for months when a canal and a rope were faster? That said, it wasn't all brutality. Many fines were modest. Compensation could be negotiated. In some cases, the goal was reconciliation, not revenge. And there's even evidence of legal forgiveness, a practice where wrongs were formally forgiven and recorded. Not out of mercy, but to maintain balance, so the gods wouldn't become cranky. So, to summarize, ancient Sumer was a world of contracts, fines, trials by water, suspicious oxen, and the ever-present threat of divine opinion. Justice was not blind. It was written in clay, witnessed by scribes, and administered by people who genuinely believed that gossip could bring down a city. The law was not about fairness, it was about balance, about making sure everyone stayed in their place, kept their oxen tethered, and didn't accuse their neighbours of witchcraft without cause. And if you must lie, at least do it quietly. As you drift off now, picture the bustling city of Ur at dusk, the mud brick homes, the ziggurat towering in the distance, the scribes finishing up their tablets before the oil lamps burn low. Somewhere, a man is arguing with his brother over a stolen goat. A priest listens. A judgment is passed. A fine is paid. Order is restored. And the gods for the moment are pleased. Sleep well. Let us now travel to a land of sun, sand, and extremely patient civil servants. Ancient Egypt, land of pyramids, papyrus scrolls, and the firm belief that even death required documentation. Unlike the Babylonians, who carved their laws in stone, and the Sumerians, who baked them into clay, the Egyptians preferred to keep their laws a little more flexible. There is, as it turns out, no single surviving Egyptian law code, no equivalent of Hammurabi's stele looming in the town square. But that's not to say the Egyptians lacked laws. Far from it. They had oaths, court proceedings, contracts, judges, tax assessors, and enough legal scribes to make even the most modest dispute feel like a minor festival. They just didn't feel the need to engrave every rule on basalt. Instead, they trusted in a concept far older and far more sacred than statute. They called it Mayat. Mayat was many things. A goddess, a principle, a feather. She represented truth, balance, justice, and the order of the cosmos. Pharaohs swore to uphold Ma'at. Judges were said to administer it. And at the end of your life, when your heart was weighed in the Hall of Two Truths, it was Ma'at's feather they used as the counterbalance. If your heart was lighter than the feather, congratulations, eternal paradise awaited. If not, you were devoured by a demoness with a crocodile head and a lion's backside. So no pressure. But what Ma'at meant in practical terms was this. The Egyptians preferred ethical harmony over legal rigidity. Their justice system was based less on written codes and more on what seemed fair, appropriate, or divinely pleasing at the time, which, as you might imagine, made for some fascinating court cases. Consider a simple dispute. Two farmers are arguing over a boundary stone. One accuses the other of moving it during the night to steal land. There is no GPS, no satellite imaging, no surveyor with a clipboard. Just a few dusty witnesses and a stone that's clearly not where it used to be. The case is brought before a local official, perhaps a village mayor, perhaps a provincial governor. The official listens, questions the parties, perhaps consults a record keeper. Then he renders a verdict. Was it fair? Reasonable? Consistent with Ma'at? That was the goal. Not legal consistency, but cosmic correctness. Of course, not everything could be handled by philosophy and feathers. For larger cases, there were official judges called sashemu. They were often priests, scribes, or royal appointees. Men of learning, which in Egypt meant men who could write without smearing ink across their linen kilts. Judges worked in temples, courts, and administrative buildings. They were known for their calm demeanour, extensive memory, and ability to keep a straight face while listening to a goat herder accuse his neighbour of casting spells on his sheep. Some trials were held in public, others in quiet chambers, and nearly all of them required paperwork. The Egyptians, more than almost any other ancient civilization, believed in the power of writing. They wrote everything down. Contracts, confessions, wills, marriage agreements, even grain loans, complete with interest tables and repayment terms. In one surviving case, a man defaulted on a barley loan and tried to flee the region. He was caught, dragged back to court, and ordered to repay the debt plus one additional donkey for his trouble. Justice, as always, had a price, and sometimes it had hooves. Egyptian law was especially meticulous when it came to property. Land could be inherited, bought, leased, and gifted. Boundaries were marked, catalogued, and updated with painful regularity by scribes known as inspectors of fields, men whose job involved walking through hot sand with measuring cords and extremely precise expressions. Property ownership was not reserved for men either. Women in Egypt could own land, file lawsuits, and manage their own estates. They could divorce, sue for alimony, and pass property to their children, rights that wouldn't be guaranteed in Europe for another 3,000 years. However, don't let this give you the impression of utopia. This was still a society with strata, obligations and expectations, and gods helped the person who upset the balance. Take, for example, the case of false testimony. Lying under oath was not just a legal offence, it was a cosmic insult, a disruption of Ma'at. Penalties ranged from fines and flogging to more creative punishments. In one recorded case, a man who falsely accused another of theft was sentenced to receive 100 blows with a stick and to have his nose cut off. Now, we can assume that this punishment was not metaphorical. Ancient Egyptian law, while poetic, was rarely symbolic when it came to noses. In other cases, liars were exiled, enslaved, or publicly shamed. And in one remarkable record from the New Kingdom, a man is punished not just for lying, but for causing another man to lie. It appears that enabling dishonesty was also a crime. Then there were the oath ceremonies. In serious legal matters, parties would be required to swear truthfulness in the name of a deity, usually Ra or Osiris. The ritual was solemn. Candles, incense, possibly a priest nearby, frowning gently. Breaking such an oath wasn't just perjury, it was blasphemy. In a society where the afterlife depended on the purity of your soul, lying in court could condemn you in both worlds, the here and the hereafter. Imagine testifying about a stolen cartwheel and realizing that one fib could result in your heart being fed to a crocodile demon 40 years later. It rather encourages honesty. Legal punishments varied widely depending on the offence. Minor crimes, such as drunken brawls, slander, or minor theft, might result in whipping, often 50 to 100 lashes, administered with a rod made of tamarisk or palm. Not quite a feather. Major crimes, like murder, temple theft, or rebellion, could lead to execution, dismemberment, or, for particularly audacious offenders, burning alive. One famous decree, issued by Pharaoh Ramses III, involved a conspiracy by members of his own harem. When it was discovered that they had plotted his murder using magic and poisoned figs, the accused were subjected to ritual trials, forced suicides, and in some cases, public mutilation. Even in paradise, one must be wary of poisoned fruit. Now let us turn briefly to inheritance law, that quiet battlefield where families came to quarrel in the name of tradition. Egyptian wills were binding legal documents. Parents could divide their property among children, favour one heir over another, or, in a particularly popular twist, disinherit them entirely. In one surviving letter, a father writes to his son, "Because you have vexed me, I have given your house to your brother." A legal and emotional blow, delivered via scribe. Children could contest wills, but the process required witnesses, bribes, and, ideally, the good graces of a sympathetic priest. There is also evidence of parents threatening to invoke Ma'at against their children, a kind of divine guilt-tripping. One of the most curious legal artifacts from ancient Egypt is something known as the negative confession. It is not a legal testimony per se, but it reads like one, and it gives us extraordinary insight into how the Egyptians saw justice not just as a public system, but as a private ledger between soul and eternity. When the dead appeared before Osiris in the afterlife, they would recite 42 declarations, one for each judge of the underworld. I have not stolen. I have not committed murder. I have not told lies. I have not eavesdropped. I have not shut my ears to truth. The list goes on. In essence, this was a spiritual deposition, a soul pleading its case, not in front of a jury, but in front of eternity. And what's most astonishing is that it reflects the very same concerns found in the real-world courts. Theft, slander, dishonesty, disrespect. Justice, it seems, was a lifelong performance, reviewed not just by judges, but by gods, and perhaps by your great-uncle, who kept receipts. To tie things together, we should note that Egyptian law was rarely about deterrence through cruelty. Rather, it was about maintaining mayat, the balance of things. Disputes were to be resolved quietly. Contracts were to be honoured, and justice, whenever possible, was meant to be restorative. And if that failed, well, at least it was written down. As you settle now, imagine a gentle breeze over the Nile, a courtroom with reed mats, oil lamps flickering, and the soft scratching of a scribe's pen. A farmer pleads his case. The official nods, adjusts his linen robe, and passes judgment. In the distance, the statue of Ma'at watches silently, a feather atop her head, a scale in her hand. Everything must be in balance, even the law. Sleep well. The ox was, quite literally, allowed to snack on the job. Yet in contrast, the legal penalties for moral or theological crimes were severe. Adultery, death. Blasphemy, death. Worshipping other gods, death. Sorcery, death. Cursing one's parents, also death. The law could be shockingly absolute, but always it claimed to serve the same purpose, to maintain holiness within the community. It wasn't all fire and brimstone. There were moments of surprising legal gentleness. Consider the cities of refuge, 6 designated towns where someone guilty of manslaughter, not murder, could flee. If they'd killed accidentally, say a flying axe head during a wood-cutting mishap, they could stay in the city under protection until the high priest died. Only then could they return home. The symbolism here is quietly poetic. The death of the high priest reset the ledger. A communal pardon. You might not get off scot-free, but you weren't condemned either. And then naturally there were laws that seem oddly specific. Take this gem from Deuteronomy. If 2 men are fighting, and the wife of one intervenes by grabbing the other man's private parts, you shall cut off her hand. Show no pity. Deuteronomy 25:11-12. One imagines this was not a common occurrence, but the fact that it required legal commentary suggests at least one memorable incident. Also from Deuteronomy. When you build a new house, make a parapet for your roof, so that you may not bring blood upon your house if anyone falls from it. 22.8. It's the world's oldest known building safety code, and honestly, rather sensible. Some laws dealt with animals. Do not plough with an ox and a donkey yoked together. If you find a bird's nest, let the mother go, that it may go well with you. There's something almost tender in these, a reminder that even in a rigid legal system, mercy extended downward, to the birds, to the labouring beasts, to the forgotten. The law wasn't only about punishing wrongs, it was about shaping a nation of conscience. The year of Jubilee was perhaps the most radical idea of all. Every 50th year, land was returned to its original owners. Debts were cancelled, slaves were released. It was a cosmic reboot. The land, said God, belonged to him, not to the people. They were tenants, and their fortunes were not to be hoarded across generations. Whether the Jubilee was ever fully practiced is debated, but its inclusion tells you everything about the legal imagination of ancient Israel. There were also rules for warfare, holidays, architecture, debt collection, and even neighbourly disputes. One law states that if your neighbour's ox falls into your uncovered pit, you must repay him. Another says that if someone borrows your cloak overnight, you must return it by sundown, since it may be his only blanket. It's legal philosophy as moral empathy, structured, yes, but deeply human, and all of it built on a foundation of divine partnership. In court, capital cases required 2 or more witnesses. False witnesses were punished with the same penalty they sought for the accused. If they tried to frame someone for a crime deserving death, they were executed in return. Justice was not only about truth, it was about responsibility. To accuse was to take on weight. You could not whisper a slander and walk away untouched. As you lie back now, picture a quiet village in ancient Judah. The sun has set, fires are out, the pots have been scrubbed. There's no travel, no hammering, no gossip. The Sabbath has begun. A family sits silently under an open sky. A scribe records the week's final measurements. A priest tucks away his scroll. And the law, as ever, rests, not abolished, not forgotten, just waiting, like the 7th day itself. Sleep well. Let us now venture into the arid hills of the ancient Near East, into a world defined not by city walls or irrigation canals, but by covenant. A world where the legal system wasn't just a set of rules. It was a divine relationship, inked in fire, thunder, and stone tablets. This is the world of ancient Israel, a society whose laws were written not by kings or senates, but by the very hand of God, or so it was believed. Laws that governed not just theft and murder, but rest days, dietary habits, mildew outbreaks, and the occasional goat in the wrong yard. You'll forgive the tone of quiet disbelief. But once we're finished here, you might understand why even a hardened Babylonian judge would raise an eyebrow at what passed for everyday legislation among the ancient Hebrews. And at the centre of it all, the Sabbath, a day so sacred, even sticks were a matter of life and death. Let's begin at the beginning, or near enough. According to the book of Exodus, Moses received the law from God atop Mount Sinai. It was not a subtle event. There was lightning, there was fire, there was a cloud, and a voice like thunder, and a mountain that trembled. And then, just like that, law was born. The first 10 were engraved in stone, but that was only the preface. What followed, woven through Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, was a vast and intricate system. 613 commandments, or mitzvot, governing nearly every aspect of Hebrew life. Many of them made moral sense. Do not steal. Do not murder. Honour your parents. That sort of thing. But others took a more specific turn. Do not wear garments of wool and linen woven together. Do not sow your field with 2 kinds of seed. Do not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. It was law as lifestyle, as identity, as theology you could taste, wear, and smell. Every rule had a reason, even if that reason was known only to God. The Sabbath was not merely a break from labour. It was a legal obligation, ranked 4th among the 10 commandments, placed even above murder and adultery. 6 days shall you labour and do all your work, but the 7th is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work. Now you might ask, what exactly counted as work? Surely one could stretch a little, sweep a corner, light a candle. Number absolutely not. Lighting a fire was prohibited. Gathering food was forbidden. Even walking too far was frowned upon. In Numbers 15, a man was caught gathering sticks on the Sabbath. Sticks, not trees, not furniture, just sticks. He was brought before Moses. The community waited while Moses inquired of God, and God said, in no uncertain terms, "He shall be put to death." So the people took him outside the camp and stoned him. You begin to understand why ancient Israelites planned their firewood collection very carefully on Fridays. Hebrew law didn't merely legislate behaviour, it shaped identity. The Israelites were to be a people apart, set aside for a divine purpose. Everything about their way of life, from the food they ate to the way they harvested fields, reflected that calling. "You shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy." Leviticus 19:2. This was the driving force behind the dietary laws, the purity laws, and the general refusal to mix, blend, or hybridize anything, including seeds, animals, garments, or holidays. The kashrut laws, what was kosher, were intricate and serious. No pork, no shellfish, no mixing meat and dairy, no eating animals that hadn't been slaughtered properly, no consuming blood. It wasn't just about health or hygiene, it was about obedience, about internalizing the law through routine. You weren't just following a rule, you were aligning yourself with divine order 3 times a day. Then there were the purity laws, and these, frankly, deserved their own scroll. Becoming unclean was not a sin, but it did render you temporarily unfit for participation in the community or temple rituals. Causes included touching a corpse, giving birth, having certain skin diseases, or even just having sex. The solution? Bathing, waiting, and often sacrifices. Priests were trained to inspect skin conditions in detail. Leviticus provides a suspiciously thorough set of diagnostic guidelines. If the hair in the sore has turned white, if the raw flesh appears in it, if it spreads over the body. One can imagine the priest peering at someone's arm, murmuring, "That looks suspiciously scaly," and immediately declaring them unclean for 7 days. It wasn't personal. It was theological dermatology. Justice in Hebrew law could be both compassionate and utterly uncompromising. There were provisions to protect the poor. Fields were not to be harvested to the edges. Forgotten sheaves were to be left for the orphan and the stranger. Debts were forgiven every 7th year. Slaves were freed on a schedule. Even livestock got a break. Do not muzzle the ox when it treads the grain. Deuteronomy 25:4. If you've ever felt nervous about jury duty, take comfort. At least your fate doesn't rest on the behaviour of a chicken. In ancient Greece and Rome, justice was both a public performance and a divine negotiation. You didn't just consult witnesses, you consulted omens. The gods, after all, had opinions too, about lawsuits, about treaties, and occasionally about poultry. The Greeks gave us the concept of democracy, and with it, the courtroom drama. Not quite the gavel and robes variety, but something more theatrical. Hundreds of jurors, a lot of shouting, and very little concern for calm deliberation. The Romans, by contrast, gave us legal infrastructure, a code-based system with trained magistrates, professional advocates, and an obsessive love for categories. Theft wasn't just theft. It was furtum manifestum, caught in the act, furtum NEC manifestum, not caught, and so on. Yet beneath this legal polish lay a system just as curious, superstitious, and oddly specific as anything in Babylon or Judea. Let's begin with a pig. In both Greece and Rome, animals could be put on trial. Yes, you heard correctly. If a pig knocked over a statue, a goat damaged sacred property, or a dog barked at the wrong priest, the creature might be captured, tried in a proper court, and, if found guilty, executed. Not because animals were moral agents, but because their offence had disturbed the cosmic balance. In Athens, the Areopagus court, a hilltop tribunal of elite citizens, once tried and condemned a statue for falling on a man and killing him. The statue was then ceremonially tossed into the sea. In Rome, bees that produced honey in a temple were declared public property. If they stung someone during a religious procession, legal questions were raised. Was it divine punishment, or just bad luck? You might think this quaint. The ancients, however, took it very seriously. Law was not just about human behaviour. It was about order, and order extended to animals, objects, and omens. The Greeks were especially fond of public trials. A typical Athenian court might have 201 to 501 jurors, chosen by lottery, paid a modest wage, and often older men with time on their hands. There were no lawyers as we know them. Each litigant spoke for themselves, though wealthy citizens might hire a ghostwriter to craft a convincing speech. Time was strictly controlled. A water clock, called a clepsydra, ensured each speaker had a fair turn. When the water ran out, so did your argument. And the subjects of trial? Well, they varied. One man was tried for stealing grapes, another for seducing a flute girl under false pretenses. Socrates, famously, was tried for corrupting the youth and not believing in the gods of the city. He lost and was given a choice between exile or drinking hemlock. Ever the philosopher, he chose the hemlock. The method of voting was simple. Jurors dropped bronze discs into urns, one for conviction, one for acquittal. Majority ruled, no appeals. It was loud, chaotic, and often deeply personal, but it was justice. Or at least Athens' best attempt at it. The Romans, meanwhile, took a more procedural approach. Their laws were laid out in a formal code, the 12 Tables, first inscribed around 450 BCE. It was a response to popular demand. Plebeians wanted to know the laws, rather than rely on patricians who conveniently remembered them in court. The 12 Tables covered debt, property, marriage, funerals, inheritance, assault, slavery. They were, in many ways, stunningly detailed. Table 3, for example, states that if a debtor doesn't pay, the creditor may chain him for 60 days. After that, he may sell him or kill him. And if there are multiple creditors, they may cut the debtor into pieces, and no one shall complain if the pieces are unequal. Whether this was metaphorical or not remains, mercifully, unclear. Roman law also included strangely ceremonial procedures. To transfer property, early Romans used a process called mancipatio, which involved 5 witnesses, a set of bronze scales, and a formal declaration. It looked less like a sale and more like a ritual sacrifice. Wills had to be read aloud before 7 witnesses. A wrong word, or a stammer, could render the document void. Even marriages were legal ceremonies involving symbolic cakes, hand-holding, and an agreement that the bride would share in all matters religious and domestic. There were laws for everything, including, quite literally, how to sneeze in public. Romans had a unique interest in omens, especially in politics. Before major decisions, especially declarations of war or the founding of new colonies, augurs were consulted. These were religious officials trained in the ancient art of bird watching, not for leisure, for omens they would release sacred chickens and observe which way they flew, how they ate, and whether they clucked with approval. If the chickens refused to eat, the gods were displeased. If they ate too eagerly, the gods were suspiciously enthusiastic. Once, before a naval battle, the chickens refused to peck. The general, irritated, tossed them overboard, saying, "If they won't eat, let them drink." He lost the battle, and possibly his job. Law and religion, you see, were not separate. They were braided together like a rope you wouldn't dare untie. Let's return to Athens for a moment. The Greeks had a legal charge known as hubris, not pride in the modern sense, but arrogant behaviour intended to humiliate someone. If a wealthy man insulted a poorer citizen in public, he could be prosecuted. In one surviving case, a man was fined for slapping another citizen at a dinner party and making rude jokes afterward. The idea wasn't just to punish violence, it was to prevent social decay. A society couldn't function if the powerful mocked the weak, so they made cruelty a crime. It was, in some ways, surprisingly modern. In others, less so. There was also the Athenian punishment known as ostracism. Once a year, citizens could vote to exile someone they believed was becoming too powerful or dangerous to the democracy. If the person received enough votes, written on pieces of pottery called ostraca, they were banished for 10 years. No trial, no appeal. It wasn't meant as punishment. It was more like preventative maintenance. Imagine being exiled for being a little too popular. Roman law, for all its structure, could be profoundly unequal. A patrician who killed a slave might pay a fine. A slave who struck a master could be crucified. A noble woman caught in adultery might be quietly divorced. A common woman? Likely stoned, or worse. And yet, there were moments of bizarre logic. Take, for instance, the law on theft by night. If you caught a thief breaking into your house at night, you could kill him without consequence. But if it was daytime, and there was enough light to identify him, you had to call for help before taking action. The law seems to imply that murder is fine, as long as you can't see the thief's face. In both cultures, torture was legal, but usually only applied to slaves. In Rome, a slave's testimony was considered valid only if extracted under torture. Otherwise, it was assumed they might lie to protect their master. This created a strange system in which truth had to be beaten out of someone before it counted. There were also legal penalties for sorcery, necromancy, and cursing your neighbour with wax figurines, a surprisingly common offence. Inscriptions have been found listing the names of rival charioteers, buried in graves with curses attached. The ancient equivalent of sabotaging someone's fantasy football team. And then there's the matter of funerals. In both Greece and Rome, the law regulated how loud, long, and luxurious a funeral could be. Excessive wailing, fined. Too many flute players, also fined. Romans in particular had laws about how many mourners you could hire. Yes, professional mourners were a thing, and yes, they were regulated. The goal was to prevent social competition from becoming theatrical grief. A humble baker shouldn't feel ashamed that his funeral didn't include 12 sobbing women and a chariot. Legal education was also taken seriously. In Rome, aspiring advocates studied under jurists, men like Gaius, Ulpian, and Cicero, learning not just laws, but rhetoric, gesture, and courtroom performance. Cicero once wrote that a good legal speech should include an introduction to win sympathy, a narration of facts, a statement of the case, refutation of the opponent's argument, a conclusion that stirs emotion, in other words, law as theatre, the courtroom as stage. One wonders how often jurors were actually persuaded, and how often they were simply impressed. As you drift now toward rest, picture the agora of Athens. A man stands before a crowd, defending himself in a case of olive theft. His voice shakes, the water clock drips, the jurors whisper. A pigeon lands nearby, possibly offering commentary. Or perhaps imagine a Roman basilica, columns soaring, magistrates in togas, a young scribe furiously copying down testimony while trying not to yawn. In the corner, someone releases a chicken to see which way it turns. And justice, ever ceremonial, ever subjective, unfolds again. Somewhere between logic and omen, law and luck, speech and silence, sleep well. Let us now drift eastward, toward the banks of the Ganges. The air is thick with incense and monsoon mist. Somewhere a conch shell is blown. In the distance, a temple bell rings. You are in ancient India, where justice was not just a matter of law, but of cosmic harmony. Here the law was called Dharma, a word so expansive it defies direct translation. It meant duty, righteousness, moral order, and social obligation all at once. Dharma governed how one should speak, eat, marry, pray, rule, and, yes, how one should be punished for stealing another man's cow. You see, in ancient India, a crime wasn't merely illegal. It was a violation of the universal order, a fracture in the great cosmic rhythm, something to be corrected, not just for society's sake, but for the sake of karma, reincarnation, and one's position in the next life. It's hard to overstate just how layered this legal system was. Because if you stole a loaf of bread in Babylon, they fined you. If you stole it in Rome, they might beat you. But in ancient India, they asked what caste you belonged to, whether you'd bathed that morning, how pure your soul was, and whether the bread had been offered to a priest. Then they decided your punishment. The most famous legal text from ancient India is the Manusmriti, also known as the Laws of Manu. Believed to have been compiled somewhere between 200 BCE and 200 CE, it wasn't technically a legal code. It was more like a theological instruction manual for society, a guide for how humans ought to behave if they hope to avoid spiritual disaster. Manu, the mythical first man and lawgiver, opens his treatise with due flair. This is the law that was spoken by the self-existent creator to Manu, and by Manu to the sages, which is frankly a rather strong introduction. It also tells you everything about how this law was seen, not as human opinion, but as divine instruction. And what follows is, by turns, beautiful, bewildering, and utterly rigid. Central to the system was Varna, the caste order. There were 4 official castes: Brahmins, priests and scholars, Kshatriyas, warriors and rulers, Vaishyas, merchants and landowners, Shudras, servants and labourers. And beneath these, the untouchables, those outside the caste system entirely. Later known as Dalits, these individuals perform tasks considered spiritually polluting: tanning leather, handling corpses, cleaning latrines. Now, here's the critical point. Your caste determined your legal status, not your innocence, not the nature of your crime, just your caste. If a Brahmin and a Shudra committed the same offence, their punishments were, how shall we put it, very different. If a Brahmin stole, he might pay a fine and recite some hymns. If a Shudra stole, he could be branded, mutilated, or enslaved. If a Brahmin murdered someone, perhaps a pilgrimage, some penance. Maybe fasting for a month. If a Shudra merely insulted a Brahmin, he could have his tongue cut out. This wasn't seen as inequality, it was order. Each caste had its dharma, its role, and punishment was about preserving that hierarchy. To challenge it was to challenge the cosmic design, and the cosmos, as we've seen, doesn't appreciate being questioned. There were even fines indexed to caste. Manusmriti 8.267 lays it out plainly. The king shall inflict punishment according to the caste of the offender. In other words, there was no such thing as equal under the law. A Brahmin's body, according to Manu, was sacred. To harm it was to defile the vessel of knowledge. To harm a Shudras? Well, less so. One might argue it was a legal system designed by priests for priests. But the logic, if one can call it that, was cosmic accountability. You were born into your role because of your karma. The law didn't aim to elevate you. It aimed to help you perform your role better, so that perhaps you'd do better in the next life. The legal distinctions weren't just about class. They extended to gender, ritual purity, and intention. For example, if a man of lower caste had intimate relations with a Brahmin woman, he could be executed. If a Brahmin man seduced a lower caste woman, he might be fined or forgiven altogether if it was by mutual consent. You begin to see the pattern. Women too had a specific legal role, to serve father, husband, and son, sequentially. A woman must never be independent, says Manu. In childhood, she is dependent on her father. In youth, on her husband. In old age, on her son. Adultery laws were severe, but more so for women. A woman caught cheating might be burned alive. A man might be fined, unless he was of a lower caste, in which case, fire again. Some punishments were surprisingly symbolic. A thief might have his fingers chopped off, yes, but a liar. He might be forced to hold a red-hot iron ball. If he dropped it, he was guilty. If he held it, the gods had clearly protected him. It was trial by ordeal, a method not exclusive to India, but executed here with considerable flair. In some cases, the accused might be submerged in water. If they floated, they were innocent. If they sank, well, at least justice had been served. And then there were the fines. Manu was very fond of fines. There were tables of them, charts, algorithms really, for calculating how much one owed based on caste, intent, and timing. Stealing a cow? That'll be 10 panas. Stealing a sacred cow? 50. Stealing a cow during a festival? 100. Stealing a sacred cow during a festival after defiling yourself by eating garlic? Probably death. The laws also ventured into deeply personal territory. There were rules about what to eat, when, and with whom. Rules about how to bathe, where to spit, and which direction to face when sleeping. There were rules about naming your child. Brahmins should have names ending in Sarman, while Kshatriyas might end in Varman. Even bodily posture had rules. A student should not lie on his side during Vedic study. A penitent should sleep on the ground. A widow, well, she should ideally join her husband on the pyre, though this practice, known as sati, was debated and not universally enforced. Still, the implication was clear. Every moment of life was subject to regulation. And yet, amid this intricate lattice of caste, purity, and penance, there were glimmers of something else. For example, the concept of non-violence, ahimsa, was deeply embedded in the legal and moral tradition. Even animals had protected status. To harm a cow was far more offensive than to insult a merchant. In some cases, accidentally killing an insect could require ritual purification. And then there was the law's interest in intention. Unlike other ancient codes that focused purely on the act, Dharma law often considered the motive. Did you kill out of anger? Did you regret it? Were you under the influence of passion or alcohol? These factors mattered. The punishment might not change dramatically, but the priest overseeing your atonement would certainly take note. There was also a legal mechanism for pardon. If a king erred, or a judge issued an unfair verdict, or if a guilty man confessed with genuine remorse, certain punishments could be reduced. Repentance, fasting, pilgrimage, and charity could all cleanse sin. Not legal innocence, but karmic mitigation. In other words, a man might be guilty in court, but innocent in the eyes of the gods, if he performed the proper penance, donated cows to Brahmins, and refrained from eating onions for a year. Let us pause now to imagine a courtroom in ancient India. It's not a courtroom as you know it. It's an open-air pavilion, perhaps near a temple. The judge is a Brahmin, flanked by assistants. Nearby sits a scribe with palm leaf scrolls. A merchant has brought a complaint. His neighbour borrowed a plough and returned it broken. The accused denies it. Witnesses are called. Oaths are taken. The plough is examined. An astrologer is consulted. And then the judge gives his verdict, calm, composed, citing both precedent and scriptural verse. The accused is fined 5 panas, and advised to bathe daily, offer ghee to Agni, and stop cursing his neighbour's buffalo. Justice is served, karma is preserved, everyone goes home. As you drift into sleep, consider this. In ancient India, law was not a separate profession. It was a sacred science, a blend of ethics, theology, astrology, and agriculture. Every rule had roots in the eternal. Every punishment shaped the soul. You were not just breaking a rule. You were disturbing the rhythm of the universe. And yet, even the strictest code offered hope, through penance, through discipline, through the long road of rebirth. After all, even the lowest might be reborn a sage, and even the purest might fall, if they forgot to bathe before prayer. So sleep gently, and may your karma remain balanced. Sleep well. Welcome now to ancient China, a land of jade tablets, silent courtyards, and law codes written not with justice in mind, but with efficiency. This was not the realm of mercy or cosmic balance. This was the realm of legalism. If you lived under a legalist regime, you didn't wonder if the laws were fair. You didn't ask whether the punishment fit the crime. You asked whether the punishment would arrive before supper, and if you'd be allowed to finish eating before being arrested. Because legalism, in its purest form, wasn't about morality, it was about control. And nowhere was that philosophy more ruthlessly, gloriously, and, one must admit, strangely applied than under the Qin dynasty, 221 to 206 BCE. A brief dynasty, a harsh dynasty, and one that, despite its short reign, managed to build the Great Wall, standardize the Chinese script, and bury an entire army of terracotta soldiers, all while making it illegal to own certain types of books. It was impressive, it was efficient, and it was absolutely terrifying. Let's begin with the basics. In early Chinese history, there were 3 competing philosophies: Confucianism, Taoism, and legalism. Confucianism believed in moral cultivation, wise rulers, and filial piety. Taoism preferred nature, flowing with the Tao, and not worrying too much about paperwork. Legalism, on the other hand, believed that people were naturally selfish, short-sighted, and in constant need of correction. It proposed that strong laws, with strict enforcement and harsh punishments, were the only way to maintain social order. It didn't care whether people were good, it just wanted them to behave. To quote the famous legalist philosophers Han Feizi, "If rewards are high, then what the ruler wants will be quickly effected. If punishments are heavy, what he does not want will be swiftly prevented." A motivational poster, if ever there was one. Enter Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China. He inherited legalist advisors, legalist ministers, and a legalist worldview that saw mercy as weakness. He abolished the feudal states, replaced noble titles with state-run prefectures, and demanded loyalty not to family or tradition, but to the law. To ensure compliance, he issued a staggering volume of uniform laws, with punishment so precise you'd think they were designed by an angry accountant. Let's take a simple example: failing to report a crime. Under Qin law, if you saw someone commit a crime and didn't immediately report it to the authorities, you were guilty by association. This included your spouse, your children, your co-workers, and, depending on the crime, your entire village. You could be flogged, tattooed, sent to forced labour, or executed. In other words, see something, say something, or else. Speaking of punishments, the Qin had a wide range. Tattooing the face with ink to mark criminals' nose or ear removal for repeat offences. Amputation of the feet for serious theft. Forced labour on imperial projects, like the Great Wall. Execution, often by beheading, for crimes against the state. Interestingly, there were no long-term prisons. The idea was to punish quickly, visibly, and permanently. Rehabilitation wasn't the goal, deterrence was. Qin officials also enforced collective punishment. If one family member broke the law, the other could be punished too. Entire communities might suffer if someone defected, deserted, or harboured fugitives. Imagine your cousin steals a chicken, and suddenly your house is knocked down, your father loses his job, and you're sent to the frontier to build a wall with no shoes. Legalism wasn't subtle, but it was effective. The law also reached into daily life. There were regulations on clothing, hairstyles, tool sizes, weights, and measures. The standardization under Qin Shi Huang was legendary. All carts had to have the same axle width. All written characters were standardized. All coins were made uniform, round with square holes. All legal documents were issued on bamboo strips of identical length. It was a vision of empire as an enormous spreadsheet, neatly aligned, colour-coded, and utterly humourless. One of the strangest features of Qin legalism was its relationship with books. In 213 BCE, fearing the spread of corrupt ideas, especially Confucian ones, Qin Shi Huang ordered the burning of all philosophical texts not directly related to legalist doctrine, agriculture, or medicine. This was not just a bonfire of the vanities. It was a full purge of intellectual memory. Scholars were arrested, libraries destroyed. Those who resisted were buried alive or forced into silence. The idea wasn't to debate ideas, it was to eliminate them. You were allowed to think quietly. But if you wrote your thoughts down, and they included the words benevolence, ritual, or Confucius, you might find yourself missing a hand or a tongue. Yet for all its brutality, the legalist system worked, at least for a while. Under Qin rule, China was unified for the first time. Roads and canals were built across provinces. Regional dialects were bridged by standardized writing. The Great Wall's earliest segments were constructed. Banditry decreased, revenue increased. The law was harsh, yes, but it was predictable. And in times of chaos, predictability can feel like safety. If you obeyed, you were left alone. If you disobeyed, the consequences were immediate. There was, bizarrely, a kind of fairness in the severity. The rules applied to everyone, on paper. Even nobles were subject to state law. And sometimes, even the emperor's family wasn't spared. Let's look at a few actual Qin laws. If two people fight and one dies, the killer is executed. If both survive, both are flogged, because clearly violence is undignified. If a person moves without state permission, their household is dissolved. If a man of age refuses to marry, he must pay a fine, marriage being considered a civic duty. If a woman is over age and unmarried, she too is fined. If a field goes untilled and you don't report it, you're fined for negligence. If you criticize a government order, you may be labelled an enemy of the state. The message was clear. Don't fight, don't wander, don't complain, and for heaven's sake, plant something. Now, not everything was punished equally. Crimes against the state, sedition, desertion, tax evasion, were punished far more severely than crimes against neighbours. You could kill a man and be sent to labour. But if you questioned the emperor, that was treason. And treason was, as ever, a crime best punished with extreme prejudice. Oddly enough, despite all this rigidity, there were rewards in the legalist system. If you reported a crime, you were rewarded. If you captured a fugitive, you were rewarded. If you turned in your own relative, you were awkwardly thanked and rewarded. The system ran not only on fear, but on incentive. Loyalty wasn't expected, it was engineered. Turn in a tax cheat and you might get a goat. Turn in a corrupt official and you might be promoted. It was justice by way of whistleblowing. And, in a strange twist, legalism believed that the ruler should be invisible. Han Feizi advised that a good ruler should never reveal his emotions, never explain his decisions, and never speak more than necessary. The emperor, in this view, was not a man. He was an institution, a black box of power. You didn't need to know what he thought. You just needed to fear his laws. Of course, such systems rarely last forever. The Qin dynasty collapsed after just 15 years. The reasons? Crushing taxes forced labour mass executions, an unpopular heir, and ironically a lack of flexibility. When rebellion came, it came fast. People were tired of being punished for sneezing at the wrong ceremony. The Han dynasty followed, and promptly tried to soften legalism with Confucian ethics. Law remained, but it was sprinkled with words like virtue and benevolence. Scholars were allowed to write again. The books returned. And the punishments, while still severe, were no longer quite so surgical. Legalism never fully disappeared. Its ideas remain embedded in administrative systems across East Asia. But pure legalism, like a steel trap, was eventually replaced with something slightly more padded. As you drift now towards sleep, imagine a town under Qin rule. The streets are quiet, too quiet. A child hurries to pull weeds before inspection. A clerk nervously measures coins with a state-approved weight. A farmer stares at the sky, wondering if planting today violates a grain quota. A patrol walks past. No one speaks. No one dares. In a small room, a scholar copies a scroll. He pauses, looks over his shoulder. and changes the word Confucius to Master C, just in case. Because in the world of legalism, silence is safety, and law is not justice. It is obedience. Sleep well. Now we travel north into the Anatolian highlands, to a land of stony plateaus, thick mud brick walls, and rather sensible people with a deep affection for cows and conditional justice. Welcome to the world of the Hittites. They're not the most famous of the ancient civilizations, wedged in history between the more dramatic Egyptians and the attention-hungry Assyrians. But the Hittites left us something wonderfully practical. A legal code that reads less like divine thunder and more like an unusually stern family handbook. Where Hammurabi was all fire and fury, an eye for an eye, the Hittites preferred to ask, "Can we settle this with a fine? Maybe a goat?" Their law code, dating from around 1650 to 1100 BCE, is a curious mix of gentleness, logic, and moments of utter bewilderment. And it tells us a great deal about what it meant to live in an ancient society that didn't try to be holy, just functional. Let's begin with what they called the Laws of the Land of Hatti, a set of about 200 laws carved onto tablets and uncovered from the ruins of Hattusa, the Hittite capital. And if Babylon's laws were engraved in stone with the fury of vengeance, the Hittite laws seem to have been revised over time, softened and updated like a well-used office memo. Take this example. Early versions of Hittite law prescribed the death penalty for certain offences, but in later versions, the death sentence is replaced with a fine, or sometimes nothing at all. You can almost hear the scribe muttering, "That does seem a bit harsh. Let's say 10 sheep instead." One of the most telling things about Hittite law is how much of it concerns animals. If someone steals your ox, they owe you 30 shekels of silver. If they steal your pig, 15 shekels. And if your dog bites someone, well, it depends. If a dog bites a man and the man dies, the owner of the dog shall give 1 slave to the family of the dead man. Not a fine, not money. A slave, which, raises questions. Why not just execute the dog? But then, perhaps the Hittites thought it fair to compensate labour for labour. A life lost, a worker returned. It's oddly specific and quietly brutal. The Hittites also had laws concerning cows in the wrong place at the wrong time. If a cow gores a man and kills him, its owner shall pay 6 shekels of silver. Not the cow's fault, apparently, just unfortunate. But if a bull mounts another man's cow without permission, the owner of the bull owes the owner of the cow a fine. Yes, even animal misconduct was a legal matter. It seems no Hittite court was too proud to hear a case about bovine boundaries. Then there's the issue of damage to property, which appears frequently. One law declares, if a man enters another man's house and breaks a pot, he shall replace the pot and give 1 shekel of silver. Very fair, very reasonable. But there's a follow-up. If a man borrows a pot and breaks it, he shall also give 1 shekel, but only if the pot was new. This tells us 2 things. The Hittites were very concerned about kitchenware. They had a robust concept of depreciation. If the pot was old, well, accidents happen. No need for a fine. But if it was new, that's on you. Pay up. It's not divine wrath. It's ancient insurance logic. There are also several laws about accidental death. If a man accidentally kills another while felling a tree, he owes a fine. If someone dies during a house collapse, the builder may owe restitution. And if someone wanders into a construction site and is injured, that's on them. In essence, be careful where you walk. There might be an unsupervised Hittite ladder around the corner. The Hittites were surprisingly invested in liability, and not just criminal, but civil. You broke it, you bought it. You caused it, you pay for it. Simple, pragmatic, occasionally weird. One law is particularly memorable. If a man bites off another man's nose, he shall pay 6 shekels of silver. This opens a number of questions. Chief among them, how often did this happen? It's the kind of law that makes you imagine a very specific, very unfortunate town hall meeting where someone says, "All right, from now on, nose biting is punishable. We've had enough." In cases involving family, Hittite law gets complicated. For example, marriage was usually arranged, dowries were exchanged, and contracts were written. A man could divorce his wife, but he owed her part of the estate, especially if she had borne children. But if the wife left on her own, and there was no abuse or adultery involved, she could lose her claim. Children could be adopted formally, and adoption was legally binding. But adopted children could not be disowned without cause. In other words, once you claimed someone as family, the law expected you to act like it. It wasn't about sentiment. It was about obligation. Hittite law also allowed women to own property, inherit land, and even run households in their husband's absence. This wasn't universal in the ancient world, and while it didn't mean full equality, it meant that a woman, particularly a widow or priestess, could exert legal agency without male supervision. There's even a record of a female estate manager appearing in court to settle a land dispute. The scribe, one imagines, didn't blink. Now, let's talk about magic. The Hittites believed in it, firmly, but they treated it not with executions and bonfires, but with laws. If you cursed someone, you might owe them a fine. If you used magic to cause disease, you'd be exiled. In fact, several laws mention purification rites, ceremonies designed to cleanse wrongdoing or misfortune caused by magical offence. The punishment wasn't always brutal. It was often ritualised, and more importantly, it was acknowledged as real. If your neighbour said you'd hexed his crops, the courts didn't ask for proof. They asked whether you'd performed the proper purification. Again, not a matter of guilt, a matter of restoring order. There are also laws about harming royal property, including palace walls. If a man climbs the palace wall without permission, he shall be killed. Fairly straightforward. One assumes the Hittites didn't appreciate casual scaling, but if a man insulted the king, he might only be fined, assuming he didn't repeat the offence. It's an interesting inversion. Act against the palace, and you die. Say something rude, and you're taxed. Apparently, the king could tolerate words more than trespass. Now, Hittite law was famous in its time for being relatively humane. Unlike the Babylonians, they rarely used the death penalty. Even serious crimes like bestiality, which in many ancient cultures was punished by death, were treated differently by the Hittites, usually with banishment. They seemed to prefer removal to revenge. If someone couldn't live properly in society, they were sent out, not killed. There are echoes here of exile as a moral quarantine. And if a slave was abused or wrongfully punished, the law demanded compensation, sometimes even freedom. One fascinating law concerns shelter. If a man arrived in your village and had no family, no job, and no land, you were expected to give him a place to sleep and some grain, not charity, Legal requirement. The Hittites understood something many societies later forgot, that poverty was a structural issue, not a moral failing, and the community bore responsibility for its vulnerable members. No one should starve in a land with rules. Now imagine, if you will, a courtroom in Hattusa. A man stands before a judge, barefoot, sunburned, holding a broken pot. He says his neighbour borrowed it, used it to cook millet, dropped it in a river, and now refuses to pay. The judge nods. A scribe unrolls a tablet. They check the pot laws. They debate its value. Was it new? Was it glazed? Did it belong to a priest? After discussion, the verdict is issued. Repay the pot, plus 1 shekel for insult. The man nods. The neighbour grumbles. Justice is served. No curses, no swords, just a pot, a rule, and a quiet agreement. The Hittite legal code isn't filled with epic punishments or divine mandates. It lacks the heavenly rhetoric of Moses or the theatrical violence of Assyria. But it is human, deeply so. These were people who understood that most crimes weren't cosmic rebellions. They were mistakes, or accidents, or quarrels over property, livestock, and misunderstandings. And their law didn't try to terrify. It tried to repair. That's what makes it strange. Not because it's alien, but because it's familiar. Surprisingly, modern. As you settle into rest, imagine the world of the Hittites. Stone houses, copper tools, pots balanced on open flames, goats arguing behind a fence, brothers arguing over land, wives arguing over goats. And in the midst of it all, a scroll, a court, a quiet voice saying, "Let's settle this fairly." Because sometimes justice isn't thunder. Sometimes it's a replacement pot, a fine of 3 shekels, and the reminder to keep your cow on your own side of the field. Sleep well. Now we turn westward, across oceans and time, into the rainforests of Mesoamerica. Here, among temples wrapped in vines and plazas carved from stone, we enter the world of the ancient Maya, a civilization of stargazers, calendar keepers, and civic recorders with a strong opinion on how to behave in public. The Maya built cities that rose from the jungle canopy like puzzles of limestone and shadow. They charted the heavens with stunning precision, predicted eclipses, played ritual ball games, and spoke over 30 languages, many of them still alive today. And, crucially for our purposes, they had laws. Not always written on stone or preserved in lengthy legal codes like Hammurabi's or the Roman 12 tables, but embedded in murals painted on pottery and remembered in the social fabric of their cities, especially when someone tried to steal cacao. Yes, cacao, the fermented bean from which chocolate is made, was more than a luxury food. In Maya society, it was currency. And if you stole it, you weren't just a thief. You were a counterfeiter, a threat to the economy, practically a walking economic crisis in sandals. To understand Maya law, one must first understand Maya society. It was hierarchical, but not without structure. At the top stood the Kuhul Ajal, the Holy Lord or King, who ruled both politically and religiously. Below him were nobles, priests, scribes, merchants, artisans, farmers, and labourers. At the bottom were war captives, debt servants, and slaves, though even they retained some legal recognition. Maya cities, such as Tikal, Copan, and Palenque, functioned as independent kingdoms. Each had its own rulers, temples, laws, and traditions. There was no single unified legal code across all Maya regions, just a shared worldview. And in that worldview, justice was about harmony. With the land, with the gods, with your neighbours. When that harmony was broken, say, by stealing another man's cacao sack, balance had to be restored. Now, about the cacao. It's easy to think of chocolate as a treat, but to the Maya, cacao was money. 5 cacao beans could buy a tamale. 10 beans could get you a turkey egg. 100 might land you a modest slave. And for a full sack of beans, you were practically a banker. Naturally, this led to, shall we say, temptation. And so cacao theft was treated with the seriousness modern societies reserve for embezzlement or counterfeiting. If you were caught tampering with cacao stores, watering down the beans, replacing them with fake husks, or stealing from market stalls, the punishment could be severe. Restitution was expected. Humiliation was common. In some cases, your hands could be publicly bound and displayed, the Maya equivalent of a social media flogging. You were not only punished for the theft, you were marked, publicly, richly, and with a strong undertone of, "Don't try this again." But justice wasn't always violent. More often, it was performative. Maya court proceedings, when they occurred, were public events. Disputes were heard by city elders or appointed judges, often nobles, who operated from designated council houses or open courtyards. These proceedings were formal, timed with the calendar, and steeped in ceremonial dress. The accused might be made to stand barefoot in front of the community, arms crossed, head bowed, not just to show shame, but to literally embody guilt. Witnesses were called, testimonies were delivered, and the final ruling was issued not just by word, but by gesture. In some regions, a staff or scepter was held aloft to indicate that judgment had been passed. Unlike the Romans or Babylonians, the Maya placed less emphasis on codified punishment and more on restitution and repair. Let's say a man trampled his neighbour's maize field during a drunken festival. He wasn't imprisoned. He was required to repay the loss, likely with labour, maize, or cacao. If he broke a household pot during a dispute, he might need to replace it and sit outside the victim's home for a full day as a silent gesture of apology. One might call it awkward justice, but it worked. Violent crimes did exist, murder, assault, and occasionally treason, but they were relatively rare and often tied to war or political betrayal. When murder occurred, the punishment could involve execution, but only if the killer refused to offer restitution. If the victim's family accepted a settlement, land, goods, labour, the killer might go unpunished. Justice, in this world, was negotiated and deeply personal. Even in death, the community had the final say. Now it must be said, Maya law, while thoughtful in many respects, was not equal. Class mattered. Gender mattered. Bloodlines mattered. A noble caught stealing might be disgraced or fined. A peasant, possibly whipped, or worse. Women could bring complaints to court, especially in cases of domestic abuse or land disputes, but their testimonies held less weight. Widows and priestesses fared better, particularly if they managed land or temple goods, but they were the exception. And for slaves, those captured in war or born into bondage, the law was brutally transactional. They could be sold, branded, and sacrificed. Though curiously, even some slaves had legal protections if they were mistreated beyond acceptable norms. A line, however faint, existed. It was not justice as we might hope, but it was justice as they defined it. Now, about sorcery. The Maya, being excellent astronomers and expert timekeepers, also held a firm belief in supernatural influence. Curses, omens, and magical offences could carry real legal consequences. If you were accused of casting a spell on someone, say, to make their crops fail, or to cause a miscarriage, you could be brought before a council and interrogated. You might be required to undergo a purification ritual, pay a fine, or in more serious cases, be exiled. And exile was not merely geographic, it was spiritual. You were cut off from your community, your lineage, and your gods. You could be sent into the jungle, not to die necessarily, but to live outside the calendar, beyond the protection of rituals. You were no longer part of time, a fate, some believed, worse than death. One peculiar case survives in oral tradition. The tale of a man who stole cacao meant for ritual use, beans that were to be offered to the gods at the New Year festival. He was caught. He confessed. And rather than being executed or beaten, he was sentenced to stand at the edge of the central plaza, head bowed, holding the cacao sack, while children threw crushed shells at his feet. It was public. It was ceremonial. It was humiliating. And the message was clear. You do not steal from the gods. You can steal from your neighbour, and maybe negotiate. But from the gods? Not unless you enjoy being pelted by very small, very symbolic refuse. Let us talk briefly about debt. Debt in Maya society was often a matter of honour and kinship, not banks. You owed a neighbour, a priest, or a merchant, not a financial institution. Failing to repay a debt could result in indentured labour. But this wasn't always permanent. Work a season, settle your account, and go free. But if you fled your debt, if you disappeared during a planting season, then you might be declared ritually dead, struck from records, your name erased from stelae, your debts transferred to your family. To default was not just economic failure, it was social disappearance. Even timekeeping affected law. Certain days were considered inauspicious for trials, executions, or punishments. You didn't want to condemn someone on a bad date. It might anger the gods or cast a shadow on the community's fate. Some offences were postponed until a more favourable calendar alignment. Imagine telling a judge, "I know I stole the canoe, but today is 3 Ike. That's bad luck for a flogging." And the judge agrees. Now picture the scene. A man stands in a tiled plaza, watched by his neighbours. He's been accused of watering down cacao beans with roasted squash seeds, a serious offence. He does not deny it. The judge, an elder with painted face and feathered robes, listens. Witnesses speak. The market vendor describes the taste, slightly off, more squash than chocolate. The verdict: the thief must repay double the value. He must deliver 2 sacks of pure cacao, hand-picked, uncut, before the next calendar rotation. Until then, he must wear a woven sash marked with the symbol for shame. He walks home slowly. The sash itches. Justice is done. Maya justice was never just about rules. It was about relationship, between people, between cities, between humans and gods. It aimed not to isolate wrongdoers, but to reintegrate them, through payment, purification, and performance. It wasn't always fair, but it was communal. You sinned publicly. You were judged publicly. You made amends publicly. Then, perhaps, you are invited back to the feast. As you fall into stillness now, imagine the sounds of the Maya night. The chirp of frogs, the hush of wind through sabre trees, the low thump of distant drums, a market boy counting cacao beans under torchlight, and somewhere a thief, rehabilitated, contrite, tending someone else's maize field until his debt is paid. Because in this world, justice is not a cell, It is a circle. Sleep well. We end our journey high in the Andes, among stone terraces, crisp mountain air, and the sound of sandals over gravel. Welcome to the Inca Empire, a civilization that managed to run a vast, multi-ethnic empire without coins, without wheels, and, most relevant to our topic, without written laws. Yes, there were no legal codes carved in stone, no scrolls, no contracts. And yet, somehow, the Inca state governed an empire that stretched across 2,500 miles of difficult terrain from modern-day Ecuador to Chile with impressive precision. There were taxes, courts, judges, and consequences for stealing a potato. It was a system built not on paperwork, but on oral tradition, surveillance, community pressure, and an almost supernatural obsession with organisation. Let's see how it all worked. At the heart of Inca law was the principle of Ailu, the extended community. You didn't live as an individual. You lived as part of a collective, a village unit that shared land, labour, and resources. Your behaviour wasn't judged just on what it cost the state, but on what it cost the group. And if you stepped out of line, your punishment wasn't always personal. Sometimes it was collective too. For example, if one person failed to meet their mitta, the rotating labour tax owed to the empire, the whole Ailu might suffer. They'd lose access to state seed stores, or get reassigned to less favourable land, or find themselves with fewer llamas to distribute in the spring. So when someone broke the rules, it wasn't the state they had to fear. It was their neighbours. Let's be clear, the Inca Empire had rules, lots of them. They were just memorised. The Incas were brilliant record keepers, but their system wasn't written in an alphabet. It was encoded in quipu, bundles of coloured strings with knots tied at specific lengths and positions. These knots recorded numbers, dates, census data, tribute obligations, and yes, crimes. Each province had a designated quipucamayok, a professional knot reader, who could decode these strings and report information to regional administrators. And if your name ended up in a quipu for the wrong reason, say, hoarding state maize, or failing to show up for canal maintenance, it was as if the empire itself had caught you in a tangle of string. You might be summoned, or reassigned, or shaved bald and paraded around the plaza. Most crimes in Inca society were handled at the local level. Village elders and provincial officials held tribunals. These were not elaborate legal dramas. There were no lawyers, no cross-examinations. Just a few stern men sitting on woven mats, listening to complaints and watching body language very closely. If the dispute was about a field boundary, they'd consult oral maps. Stories passed down about where one plot ended and another began. If it was about a theft, they'd ask witnesses. And if no witnesses were found, then the accused would be required to swear an oath to the sun god Inti. Lying under oath was not simply dishonest, it was cosmically dangerous. The sun saw everything, and eventually the gods collected their debts. But the most terrifying feature of Inca justice wasn't divine judgment, it was the spy network. The Inca state operated a system of informants, often elderly locals, who observed daily life and reported suspicious activity. These were not men in black. These were little grandmothers who noticed that your family's corn harvest seemed a little too bountiful this year. They were called Tokoirikok, meaning he who sees all. They were not secret. Everyone knew they existed. That was the point. If you were cheating on your mitter labour, hiding surplus goods, or failing to show proper respect to a local official, chances were someone noticed. And if you thought you'd get away with it, well, perhaps you forgot that your fence leans against state land, and that's not a good place to plant cabbages. So, what happened when someone broke the law? The punishment varied, depending not just on the offence, but on who you were. Inca society was rigidly hierarchical. At the top stood the Sapa Inca, the divine ruler, said to be descended from the sun. Beneath him were nobles, priests, military officers, and administrators. Beneath them, artisans, farmers, and herders. And then, at the bottom, came the Yanakuna, state servants, and Mitmakuna, people forcibly resettled to different provinces. If a noble stole from the state, his punishment was public shaming or loss of status. Sometimes even execution, if the offence was large enough. But if a farmer stole from the storehouses, he might be forced to labour for free, or have his ear removed, or be marched through town with a heavy load of stones on his back, as others threw insults. The goal wasn't punishment. The goal was deterrence. Humiliation was efficient. Repetition was unnecessary. Interestingly, the Inca Empire didn't have prisons, not as permanent holding spaces. Why feed and house a criminal when you could simply shame them publicly, assign them additional labour, shave their head, and reassign their job? Or in serious cases, execute them swiftly. Murder, rebellion, and certain types of theft, especially from the state, could carry the death penalty. But even here, the punishment was practical. The sentence was carried out by a local authority. It was quick, clean, and usually followed by a small ceremony to restore cosmic balance. One might ask, how did the Incas prevent chaos without written laws? Simple. They didn't prevent it. They designed society to avoid it. Every household was registered, every farm assigned, every tool counted. The state knew who you were, where you lived, what you grew, how many blankets you had, and how many working hands were in your home. This wasn't invasive. It was normal. The empire took care of you, and you, in turn, followed the rules. You gave labour, you got clothing, you contributed to harvests, you received maize during droughts, and if you failed to contribute, then you no longer received. It wasn't cruelty. It was equation. Input equals output. No more, no less. The state storehouses, Tampu, were at the heart of this model. Every province maintained storage buildings filled with food, tools, textiles, and weapons. These were distributed during lean years, natural disasters, or war, but they were sacred. To steal from them was to steal from the gods. If you were caught pilfering maize or tampering with inventory, you could be executed, or worse, expelled from the Alu, left to wander without land, family, or name. You existed only through the state. Step outside it, and you ceased to exist. Now let's imagine a day in Inca justice. A farmer is brought before the local administrator. His neighbour accuses him of undercounting his labour hours, claiming to be sick when he was secretly weaving baskets for private sale. The administrator listens. A Quipucamayok is summoned. The knots confirm inconsistencies. The farmer confesses. Not out of guilt, but out of exhaustion. He knows what comes next. His hair is shaved. He's sent to dig irrigation ditches for the next 3 weeks. His family receives no additional clothing that season. Justice has been served. Not with wrath, but with work. The Inca idea of justice was inseparable from the idea of social harmony. You didn't break the law so much as disturb the rhythm. Every person, every crop, every lemma had its place. The goal wasn't punishment. It was to put things back where they belonged. There's something quietly beautiful in that. And also mildly terrifying. Because if you didn't fit, the Empire would not rage. It would not shout. It would simply correct. It's worth noting that, for all its structure, the Inca system could be cruel. Public executions, collective punishment, forced labour, state-sanctioned resettlement. And yet, from a certain angle, it also worked. Crime was low, famine was rare, infrastructure thrived, all without a single written law. Because when everyone is being watched, counted and redistributed, there's very little left to interpret. As you drift toward rest, picture the Inca road. A courier runs past, sandals kicking dust, carrying a quipu knotted with information. Perhaps a record of tribute, or a judgment from a provincial court. Above him, terraces climb the mountains. Storehouses rest beneath thatched roofs. A village elder smooths the grass in front of the council hut. Justice here is not a gavel. It's not even a word. It is a system. Invisible, constant, and quietly unavoidable. Sleep well. The room is dark, damp, and smaller than a stable. The air smells of soot, sweat, and something vaguely sour. A scent that clings to damp wool and tired skin. You don't remember the moment you're born. No one ever does. But you're told it happened quickly. Your mother screamed, your father paced, and the village midwife muttered prayers over your slippery head as she coaxed you into the world by candlelight. You arrive into a world already claimed by the church. Before your eyes can properly see, before your tiny mouth can form its first blasphemy, the priest is summoned. He's an old man with bowed legs, coarse fingers, and a fondness for ale and authority. He grumbles about the early hour, but arrives anyway, as he always does. Your parents know the rules. Infants must be baptized as soon as possible. The soul, they say, must not spend a single day outside the grace of God. The threat of limbo hangs like fog over the thatched roof. Water is drawn, cold, probably a bit dirty, and the priest traces the sign of the cross on your forehead. He mumbles Latin you don't understand and pours holy water over your scalp. It's more of a splash than a sprinkle. You cry. Everyone relaxes. That's a good sign. The priest declares your soul now belongs to God. Your mother clutches you, exhausted, while your father thanks the priest with a coin he can't afford to give. Just like that, you're no longer simply a child. You're a Catholic. The rite of baptism isn't optional in your world. It is the first ritual in a long string of obligations. The first link in the lifelong chain the church wraps around you, link by link, ceremony by ceremony. Without baptism, you are nothing. Worse than nothing. You are unsaved, unprotected, unacceptable. Should you die unbaptized, even before you've had the chance to sin, you'd be sent to a place neither heaven nor hell. A theological waiting room where souls simply linger. No one understands limbo fully, but everyone fears it. And in a village where death visits often and without warning, from fever, famine, or the wrong mushroom, there's no room for uncertainty. So you're baptized before your mother can even walk across the room. Your soul is washed clean before you ever had the chance to dirty it. They even pick your name from the saint's calendar. You weren't going to be named after your grandfather no matter what he thought. Your godparents stand behind you during the rite, looking solemn and mildly confused. Their duties are unclear but spiritually binding. Should your parents die, not unlikely given the mortality statistics, your godparents are expected to raise you in the faith. Not feed you or clothe you necessarily, but make sure you keep going to church. You wonder later in life if they'd have done it. Maybe. If the crops were good that year. As you grow, you notice that the church is not simply part of village life. It is village life. Its bell tolls set the rhythm of your days. Its calendar dictates when you can feast and when you must fast. Its priests are the only literate men in a world where even the local lord signs his name with a shaky X. The church knows what happens to your soul, how to cleanse it, how to charge for the cleansing, and exactly how guilty you ought to feel about everything. The wooden crucifix in your family's cottage looms large. Jesus, nailed, bleeding, sombre, watches your every movement from above the hearth. No one ever explains why the Son of God must always look like he's having a particularly rough afternoon. But the message is clear. Someone suffered for your sins, even if you haven't committed any yet. You learn early that guilt is a kind of inheritance. Like the family goat, it's just handed down whether you want it or not. When you begin to speak, your mother teaches you the Lord's Prayer before she teaches you to count. You learn it by rhythm, not meaning. You mumble it with your hands clasped and your eyes squinting, hoping the effort alone counts. Latin phrases are everywhere, carved into the church walls, muttered by the priest, embroidered into altar cloths. But you don't know what they mean. It's God's language, you're told, which means you're better off not understanding it. The first time you step into the church, you're too young to remember it. Your parents carry you in, freshly baptized, wrapped in linen, a spiritual receipt in your soul. But the first time you really remember going is on a cold morning, when the village fog hangs thick and your stomach is empty. The stone church is cold, the benches are hard, and the priest is somehow both quiet and long-winded. You sit still because you're supposed to, because God is watching, or because your father is. The church itself is the only stone building in the village. It smells of beeswax, mildew, and centuries of whispered fears. There are painted walls you can't read, and wooden statues that seem to stare back. Somewhere near the front, there's a carved scene of the Last Judgment, sinners tumbling into a monstrous mouth full of teeth and fire. You're too young to understand, but not too young to be scared. That's the point. The priest tells your father that fear of hell is healthy for children. It keeps them good. You wonder what kind of child needs nightmares to behave. Then again, you once tried to steal an apple from the Lord's orchard and tripped into the mud before you got 2 steps. Maybe God pushed you. As you begin to age, all of 5 or 6 winters, you start noticing more. The bells that signal Mass, the hush that falls when the priest enters, the way your parents stiffen when his gaze lands on them, the quiet mutter of penance after communion, whispered like someone's trying to fold a secret in half, and always, always the reminder that the church brought you into this world and will be there to usher you out. Even the days of rest are his. Sunday is not for lounging. It's for Mass, for kneeling, for long readings in a language no one in your family speaks. You learn the patterns anyway. When to sit, when to bow, when to look like you're praying, even if you're just wondering what's for supper. a small grumbling part of you wonders why heaven requires so many rehearsals. By the time you're old enough to do chores without supervision, you've already learned that God is everywhere. He's in the storms that drown the barley, in the silence after your mother coughs, and in the eyes of the priest who never blinks long enough. You hear whispers of saints and demons, relics and sins, indulgences and miracles. You don't understand most of it, but you don't question it either. That's what gets people burned. Still, there are moments of comfort. The way candlelight flickers against the stone walls. The soft chant of a hymn you don't know but feel anyway. The smell of bread at Easter Mass. The small mercy of being reminded, once in a while, that not everything sacred is terrifying. Some of it is just quiet, and kind, and warm. But those moments are rare. Most days, the church feels more like a gatekeeper than a shepherd. You are born into its arms, but also its grip. You begin to sense, even as a child, that this isn't a place you enter. It's a place that never leaves you. Baptism may have saved your soul, but it also marked you. A mark that says, you belong to us, forever. And when the priest looks at you during Sunday service, eyes unreadable beneath his drooping brow, you believe it. They say the soul is light as breath. But from the moment yours was dipped in holy water, it's carried a certain weight. Not evil, not cruel, just constant. A low pressure on the chest, a slow whisper in the ear. The church will guide you, judge you, punish you, and praise you, all in equal measure, and all from the moment you entered the world, born with nothing, baptized with water, owned by God. It begins with a mural. You're barely tall enough to see over the pew when your eyes first catch the twisted mass of bodies, flames, and teeth. Painted high on the wall, right above the altar, is a great gaping mouth, open wide, impossibly wide, with jagged yellow fangs stretching into shadows. Inside the mouth are people, hundreds of them, naked, screaming, clutching at each other, tumbling into the throat of a beast you've never seen in nature, but understand instinctively. This is what waits if you misbehave. Welcome to church. You tug on your mother's sleeve. She doesn't look. Everyone's facing forward. The priest's voice drones in Latin, a language that means something to God and absolutely nothing to you. But the painting makes its point without translation. Hell is real. It has a mouth, and you are precisely the right size to fit inside it. From that moment on, you see signs of damnation everywhere, in stone carvings, in stained glass, in wooden statues that seem to glare at you even when your eyes are shut. One particularly horrifying window shows a man being spit roasted by demons, who look as though they're enjoying their work far too much. Another sculpture near the door shows a soul being weighed against a feather, with a scowling devil ready to pounce should things go poorly. You've never felt so heavy in your life. Fear, you quickly learn, is part of the service. Hell isn't just a place, and it's a presence, a looming possibility, a word that makes grown men flinch and children sleep with one eye open. The priest doesn't avoid the subject. In fact, he rather enjoys it. He preaches of it regularly, painting pictures with his voice that rival the frescoes in detail. Fire that doesn't consume, pain that never ends, worms that feast forever. Eternal suffering. All because you coveted your neighbour's goat or rolled your eyes at your mother's stew. You start keeping a mental list of your sins. It grows quickly. The church teaches that even thoughts can condemn you. A wicked idea, no matter how brief or harmless, stains the soul. So when you catch yourself daydreaming during Mass, or muttering under your breath when you're told to scrub the floor again, you panic. You begin to confess things you're not even sure are sins, just to be safe. Once, you admitted to feeling annoyed when your sister chewed too loudly. The priest raised an eyebrow and added an extra prayer, just in case. Children in the village whisper about hell as though it's a neighbour who lives just beyond the woods. They share stories in low voices, of gluttons who are force-fed molten gold, of liars whose tongues are nailed to tables, of thieves who are buried alive in pits of ash. You aren't sure which stories come from Scripture and which from someone's older cousin, but it hardly matters. The images are sticky. They follow you into your sleep. And when you dream of fire. On feast days, mystery plays are performed in the village square. These are supposed to be educational, uplifting even. But somehow, they always end with someone being dragged to hell by a man in red robes and a mask with horns. The devil in these plays is often the best actor. He struts, he grins, he sings. He's the only one who seems to be having any fun. Until, of course, he drags a merchant or a wayward nun into a painted pit, and the crowd gasps and clutches their crosses. You do too. Every time. One year, a player collapsed mid-performance. Heat stroke, someone said, and the rumour spread that it was divine punishment. He had mocked the devil too convincingly. The priest didn't confirm or deny it, which, as you've learned, is his favourite way to say yes. The worst part is how normal it all feels after a while. Hell becomes background noise. Part of the rhythm of life, like frost in winter or blisters in summer. You accept it the way you accept the Lord's taxes or the smell of damp straw. Of course there's a hell. Of course it's full of flames and teeth and regrets. Of course it's waiting. What else would be at the end of such a hard life? And yet, amid the fear, there's a strange comfort in the certainty of it all. The rules are clear. Obey, confess, tithe, fast, stay in line, keep your soul clean, or at least scrubbed semi-regularly. The path is narrow, the priest says, but it leads to heaven. And if you wander, well, the mouth is still open. You start to notice the economics of damnation. There's a price for nearly everything. Sins can be absolved, time in purgatory shortened, eternal fire postponed, all for the right donation. Indulgences, they're called. Forgiveness, available for purchase. The wealthier villagers clutch parchment certificates, declaring their sins absolved in advance. You've seen one man smile with relief after paying for a sin he hasn't even committed yet. That, you think, is planning ahead. Your family can't afford such luxuries. You give what you can. Eggs, a length of twine, once even your father's belt. The priest accepts each offering with solemn gratitude, then gently remind you that salvation is a lifelong process, not a one-time transaction. You nod, ashamed, and wonder whether anyone in your house has ever truly been forgiven. The fear sharpens with age. As you grow older, you understand more of the sermons, and they only deepen the dread. Eternal torment, outer darkness, wailing and gnashing of teeth. One day you ask your mother what gnashing means. She demonstrates by clenching her jaw and grinding her teeth slowly. You don't ask again. Punishments, you notice, are tailored. The lazy are made to labour forever. The proud are broken, the impure are exposed. Every sin has its poetic inverse. Every weakness becomes a weapon. It's almost elegant, almost beautiful, almost. Even your surroundings seem built to remind you of judgment. Gargoyles leer from the church roof, their twisted faces frozen mid-scream. The stone floor is always just a little too cold. The incense, sweet as it is, masks something older, a scent of wax and bone and centuries of confession. And then there's the painting. Always the painting. No matter where you sit, that mouth is there, waiting. Once, in a moment of rare honesty, you ask your father if he believes in all of it, the fire, the demons, the eternal part. He doesn't answer at first, just stares into the fire. Then he says, "It doesn't matter whether it's real. What matters is that we believe it is." You don't ask again. The priest says that fear is the beginning of wisdom. That hell is a kindness, really. A warning, a guide, a motivator. That without it, people would sin freely. That with it, we can be shaped into holy vessels. You look around at the people in your village, hollow-eyed, bent-backed, praying harder than they speak, and wonder what kind of vessels they've become. There are moments when you feel brave, when the sun is warm and the bread is fresh, and the meadow smells like thyme, when you laugh with your sister or hear bird song echo through the trees. You think, in those moments, that maybe hell isn't real, that maybe it's just a story to keep peasants pliant and children scared, but the feeling never lasts. A sermon, a shadow, a cold gust of wind, and the doubt melts away. You kneel again, you cross yourself again, you whisper your prayers in the dark, careful to include even the small sins, just in case, because hell is a place of fire, because hell is a place of truth, because hell is the one thing you are sure is listening. And if it's not real, well, the fear still works just fine. You learn to give before you learn to speak. It starts with the clink of a coin in a wooden bowl, your mother's hand shaking slightly as she parts with the only spare penny in the cottage. You're too young to understand what the offering is for. You think maybe it's a toll, like the one at the bridge, or payment for using the church's fire. It isn't until years later that someone explains, the church needs it. For candles, for wine, for your soul. Of course, your soul never asked for any of these things, but it's apparently the sort of guest who racks up a bill without mentioning it. Every Sunday, the bowl goes around. Sometimes it's a basket, sometimes a box. It doesn't matter. It comes to you all the same, slow, expectant, quiet as a tax collector with good posture. Everyone sees what you give, and what you don't. The shame of an empty hand, even when your pockets are empty too, is its own kind of punishment. They call it a tithe, a holy duty. 1/10 of everything you have, or as close as you can manage without starving. Livestock, grain, a sack of onions, it all counts. The local reeve keeps track of who's generous and who's merely obedient. Generosity, in this case, is defined by how uncomfortable the donation makes you. If your pantry still looks respectable afterwards, you didn't give enough. You come to understand that poverty doesn't exempt you, it brands you. The poor must give not in abundance, but in proportion to their lack. A rich man who gives a silver coin is admired. A poor man who gives his last turnip is considered saintly. Your family has learned to aim for something in between, respected but not canonized. Saints don't eat very well. The church doesn't just collect tithes, though. There are special contributions, penance payments, alms for the poor, alms for the monks, alms for the poor monks, collections for rebuilding the church roof, collections for painting a new Virgin Mary, collections for cleaning the old Virgin Mary. Every spiritual concern seems to have a matching fee. You suspect someone is keeping a very long tab. It doesn't stop at the doors of the church. When your uncle dies, your family is expected to offer a soul fee. A few coins paid to the priest to ensure his safe passage through purgatory. It's not mandatory, exactly, but no one wants to see what happens to an unpaid soul. The priest's prayers come slower when there's no silver on the altar. Later, when your cousin gets married, there's a fee for that too. A blessing doesn't come cheap. Love may be free, but the sacrament of holy matrimony costs exactly 6pence and a chicken. And then there are indulgences. You hear the word for the first time while eavesdropping on 2 older villagers near the well. They speak of parchment, wax seals, and a promise that sounds too good to be true. Sins forgiven in exchange for coin. It sounds like something a market huckster would shout from behind a cart, but when you ask the priest, he nods solemnly. Yes, he says. The Church, through its infinite mercy, offers forgiveness for donations of sufficient sincerity. And if your sincerity happens to be measured in shillings, well, who are we to question divine arithmetic? Indulgences become a quiet obsession in the village. People speak of them with envy and awe. A neighbour shows off his parchment like it's a relic, a declaration that his recent anger, gluttony, and unspecified travel behaviour are now forgiven. You can't read the Latin, but the seal looks official. He walks taller afterward. Your family cannot afford indulgences, but your father tries once, after a particularly severe illness, one that leaves him pale and shaking for days. He stumbles into the church with half a sack of barley and a carved token meant to resemble St. Cuthbert, though it mostly resembles a badger. The priest is polite. The offering is accepted. Your father says he feels lighter. He doesn't specify whether he means spiritually or because he gave away half his winter storage. You begin to grasp the logic. Guilt is a currency. Fear is an investment. And salvation is not unlike a transaction at the market. Everyone pays. The rich pay visibly. The poor pay painfully. The church also knows how to sweeten the deal. Once, a friar comes to your village selling relics. A splinter of the true cross, a scrap of the Virgin's veil, a bone that may or may not have belonged to St. Peter's donkey. Each comes with a price. Each promises blessings. People gather to touch them, to kneel, to murmur prayers. One woman weeps openly while holding what she's told is a vial of Christ's breath. You're not sure how one bottles a breath, but no one dares ask. The friar leaves 3 days later with a full satchel and a fresh horse. Even children aren't spared. You're taught from a young age to give what you can. A small coin, a portion of your bread, an hour of labour sweeping the church steps. It's good for your soul, they say. It builds character. And besides, you're lucky. Some children are given to the church, permanently. There's a family in your village who gave up their 3rd son to the monastery. Couldn't feed him, couldn't keep him. Now he's clean, fed, and reportedly very good at Latin. His mother cries every feast day. His father never speaks of it. When you pass the monastery on long walks, you glance at the walls and wonder if he thinks about the fields he left behind. Once, you ask the priest what the church does with all the things it collects. He smiles and gestures vaguely toward heaven. The Lord keeps accounts, he says. You nod, unsure whether that's a metaphor or an administrative procedure. Either way, the ledger seems to grow longer by the day. The church reminds you often that this life is temporary. That comfort now may cost you later. That it is better to suffer in this world than the next. It's a hard thing to hear when your boots are leaking and your stomach groans like a dying cow. But it's also oddly motivating. Misery becomes noble. Hunger becomes holy. And generosity, even if born from fear, is treated like virtue. Still, there are moments when the burden feels absurd. Like the time your mother dropped a coin meant for the offering plate and it rolled under the pew. She spent the entire Mass on her knees, not in prayer, but trying to reach it without drawing attention. She got it back eventually. It was given, polished with sleeve, with a trembling hand and an apology. You've never seen her look more devout. Or the time a neighbour brought an offering of eggs, only to have one break in the basket. The smell during communion was memorable. The priest insisted it was a lesson in humility. Others suggested the lesson was in reinforcing your baskets. Another time, the village baker attempted to give loaves made from last year's flour. The priest accepted them, but later reminded the congregation that the Lord prefers first fruits. The baker never made that mistake again. His next donation was fresh, soft, and notably missing from the shop shelves. There's humour in all of this, if only because the alternative is weeping. A sort of grim laughter shared among villagers who know the game is rigged but play it anyway. The church is the only path to salvation, and that path is lined with toll booths. You don't complain, you pay, you nod, you hope, because one day it will be your funeral. Your soul will hover, uncertain, and someone will stand at the altar with a coin in hand, a last payment, a final bribe, and you'd like that person to have something to offer, even if it means going hungry now, even if it means handing over your last hen, your last hope, your last bit of pride. Because when heaven's gate is locked, you pray it's not your name that's missing from the guest list, but the donation. And you pray most of all that God accepts credit. You are 7 when you first shuffle into the dark wooden box at the side of the church. You've never been inside it before, but you've seen others go, and you've seen how they emerge after, quiet and small, eyes cast down, sometimes red-eyed, sometimes oddly peaceful. No one explains what you're meant to do, not properly, but it's your turn now, so in you go. The priest's voice seeps through the wooden lattice like wind through a cracked shutter. Speak, my child. You freeze. The silence stretches. Then you mumble something about stealing an egg, even though you're not sure you did. Maybe you thought about it. Or maybe you just watched someone else do it and didn't speak up. Either way, it's the best you've got. He sighs, long and low, and tells you to say 3 paternosters, 2 Ave Marias, and try not to let temptation win next time. You nod, even though he can't see you, and stumble out into the church's main hall, blinking as if you've emerged from a cave. Thus begins a lifetime of confession. You learn quickly that confession isn't just for murderers and thieves. It's for everyone. Everyone sins, even when they don't mean to, even when they don't understand how. You've heard that failing to fast properly on a feast day is a sin. Missing church is a sin. Speaking harshly to your mother is a sin. Thinking lustfully about the thatch roof girl with the crooked teeth might be the worst sin of all. And so you confess. week after week, sometimes with conviction, sometimes with imagination. Your village isn't particularly sinful if you measure it by violence or crime, but by church standards, it's positively writhing with corruption. Old Jorik the smith grumbles about indulgences again and again, but he still lines up with the rest of you for weekly penance. Ellen, the brewer's daughter, is in there so often you wonder if she rents space in the confessional. You once saw your father walk in looking stern and walk out looking hollow, like something had been wrung out of him behind that little screen. You're not supposed to talk about what's said in there, but everyone gossips anyway, and everyone lies, just a little. No one admits it, of course, but you know it happens. How could it not? Who wants to admit to envying a neighbour's plough? Who wants to say aloud they touched themselves beneath the hay when they were supposed to be hauling water? You once tried to confess a dream. You weren't sure it was a sin, but it felt like one. The priest told you dreams don't count unless you enjoy them too much. You're still not sure what that means. By the time you're old enough to understand Latin phrases and church teachings, at least the ones the priest decides are fit for a peasant's ears, you realise that confession isn't really about telling your sins. It's about feeling them. Regret, shame, guilt. These are the tools with which your soul is chipped into shape. The priest is just the sculptor. Or perhaps more accurately, the man who collects the chisel marks and reports them back to God. The confessional itself becomes oddly comforting. It's one of the few places in your life where you can speak without interruption, without judgment, or so they say. Though you often feel judged by the creak of the bench or the way the priest clears his throat when you admit something mildly scandalous. There was the time you said you harboured dark thoughts about kicking your neighbour's goose. The priest paused so long you thought he might call for backup. You begin to notice patterns. Some sins are met with a gentle nod and a quick penance. Pride, laziness, forgetting to say grace before supper. Others, like envy or impure thoughts, earn a slower voice, a more solemn tone, and sometimes a lecture. Anything to do with lust is treated as though it personally offended the Virgin Mary herself. And then there are the sins you didn't even know were sins until someone else got punished for them. Gossiping during Mass. Using the Lord's name while chasing a runaway pig. Missing a fast day because you didn't know it was a fast day. Each mistake is a reminder. The Church keeps the rule book, and it's updated regularly. Sometimes you run out of things to confess. It's a quiet week. No one's died, no one's fought. You haven't stolen or lusted or lied. And so you start inventing small things. You claim you were impatient with your sister. You muttered something rude about a local monk. Once, you confessed to taking more than your share of pottage, even though you gave half to a dog with sad eyes. Better to confess something than nothing. Better to appear sinful than to risk appearing arrogant. That too is a sin. Over time, your relationship with confession becomes complicated. You wonder how the priest knows what sins are truly worthy of fear and which are merely frowned upon. You wonder what he does with all that knowledge. Does he forget it instantly, wiping it away like dust on a windowsill? Or does he store it, stacking each whispered guilt in neat little piles inside his mind? You know he's just a man. You've seen him nod off during homilies. You've seen his boots patched with leather like everyone else's. Once, you saw him drinking ale behind the sacristy, cheeks pink and eyes glazed, and you wondered if he had someone to confess to. Sometimes the confessional smells of beeswax and incense. Other times it smells of sweat and damp wool. Always it smells like something old and private, like a place too used to secrets. You hear rumours of public confession in bigger towns, of sinners kneeling before whole congregations, sobbing their sins to rows of judgmental eyes. You thank whatever saint looks after small villages that yours doesn't practice such humiliation. Not yet, at least. When you're older, you learn about penance that isn't just prayers. There are stories of men forced to crawl on hands and knees to the altar, of women forbidden from speaking for a week, of entire families made to give up a prized pig to atone for a single misdeed. The weight of sin, it seems, can be measured in livestock as well as sorrow. And yet, despite all this, the shame, the guessing games, the occasional creative embellishments, you keep going. Every week, every season, every year. Because no matter how tiresome it gets, no matter how repetitive or surreal or uncomfortable it feels to murmur a litany of personal failings into the ear of a man who once farted during Vespers, you're afraid not to. Because if you stop confessing, your sins will pile up. And if they pile up too high, they'll drag your soul down. That's what you're told. That's what you believe. And maybe, just maybe, there's comfort in the ritual. In knowing that no matter how muddy your boots, how flawed your thoughts, how foolish your heart, there's always a booth waiting and a man behind a screen who'll offer you a few words, a few prayers, and a chance to try again. Even if you're not sure what you did wrong in the first place. The miracle begins, as many do, with a whisper. You're out mending the fence that barely keeps the goats from eating your neighbour's turnips when word spreads. The statue of the Virgin in the chapel down the road has wept. Not just moisture, tears. Real tears, they say. Wet, glistening, human tears rolling down her cheek. You pause, squinting into the sun. Is it true? Does it matter? You feel your legs begin to walk before your mind catches up. In a village with few excitements and even fewer diversions, a weeping statue is cause for a pilgrimage, even if that pilgrimage is only half a mile. By the time you arrive, the chapel is crowded. Everyone seems to be leaning inward, craning necks, stepping on each other's toes for a glimpse of the miraculous. The air smells of hay, breath, and incense. Someone's lit a furrable, swinging smoke, like it'll help make sense of it all. You can't get close enough to see the tears yourself. A man swears they've dried up. A woman says she saw them with her own eyes, clear as spring water. Someone else says they weren't tears but blood. Another insists it was oil, sweet and fragrant like pressed olives from the Holy Land. The statue just stands there, as stony and unbothered as ever. Still, a miracle is a miracle. Whether you saw it or not hardly matters. The priest is already speaking about how it's a sign, a warning perhaps of sin in the village, or maybe a blessing for the faithful who've remained pure. It depends on the sermon. It always does. Miracles, you find, are rarely convenient things. They tend to arrive when people are already hungry, or tired, or busy. They demand attention, devotion, a bit of coin for the poor box, and sometimes a candle you can barely afford. But no one dares question them aloud. That would be impious, disrespectful, dangerous even. And yet, inside you, the doubt creeps in like a draft through the chapel door. the Church has always traded in the wondrous. From saints who levitate to relics that glow, medieval Christendom was built on more than just scripture. It was built on spectacle. In an age where literacy was rare and science was indistinguishable from sorcery, these wonders were not only believed, but expected. You remember your uncle swearing that St. Margaret once helped his cow give birth after a desperate prayer. He said he saw a glowing light in the barn, right above the hay, and then, miracle of miracles, the calf slid out, healthy and bawling. You also remember your uncle was drunk for most of Lent, but even the sober speak of such things, of saints who bled for the sins of others, of monks who healed with a touch, of bones that never decayed. The stories grow with each telling, details added like seasoning to pottage, just enough to make them palatable. You once saw a traveller arrive with a splinter of the true cross. He kept it in a little glass tube, sealed with wax and surrounded by gold filigree. He said it came from Rome, and that the Pope himself had blessed it. For a small donation, you could kiss it and receive a full indulgence from minor sins. A few women wept. One man fainted. You gave 2 pennies and tried not to think too hard about where one might find that many splinters of a single cross. The relic trade is booming, or so they say. Every church wants one. A sliver of bone, a drop of blood, a sandal worn by a saint, a tooth, a finger, even a feather from the angel Gabriel himself. Some relics sit in fine reliquaries of silver and gold. Others are wrapped in cloth and kept in locked boxes, only brought out on feast days. You once queued for 3 hours to see the severed hand of St. Alban. It looked suspiciously like a chicken wing, but no one said so. Miracles, of course, are good for business. They draw crowds. Crowds bring offerings. Offerings mean candles are lit, incense burned, and the coffers of the church jingle with a bit more weight. A weeping statue here, a healing spring there. It all feeds the machine of faith. But there's a deeper reason the church needs miracles. You see, they're proof. Tangible evidence that heaven still watches, still intervenes, still punishes and forgives. For people like you, who live in a world of mud and toil, who bury half their children before they can walk, who bleed and sweat and break, miracles are hope. Shaky, flickering hope, like the flame of a votive candle in a wind-blown chapel. And so you learn not to ask questions. Not out loud, not in front of the priest. Certainly not near the bishop. You nod solemnly when a tale is told. You make the sign of the cross. You whisper your prayer. And if your eyes drift to the statue's dry cheeks, and your mind wonders whether it ever truly wept, you scold yourself and look away. Sometimes, at night, you stare at the ceiling of your hovel and think about St. Cuthbert, who was said to have turned back the sea with his staff, or St. Julian, who cured a man of leprosy with a kiss. You think about the girl from 2 villages over who claimed the Virgin appeared to her in the forest and gave her a silver coin. You think about whether it matters if the stories are true, if the results are the same. Because faith, you learn, is a kind of bargain. You give your trust, your labour, your coin, your children. In return, the church gives you meaning, structure, a path to heaven, and the occasional miracle to reassure you that it's all real, that your suffering isn't wasted, that someone, somewhere, sees you. Once, during a particularly bad year, the crops rotted, the rain came late, and your cousin died of something that made his skin blacken. You saw another miracle, or thought you did. A bird flew into the chapel during Mass, circled the altar, and then vanished. Vanished, not out the window or through the door, but right in midair. That's what you told yourself. That's what others said too. The priest claimed it was a sign from God. A good one, he said, and then he asked for donations. You gave a copper penny and a sideways glance. Later, while hauling water, you confessed to your neighbour that you weren't sure the bird vanished. Maybe it had flown into the rafters. Maybe you were imagining things. He didn't respond. Just gave you a look, a very particular look, and you realised it was better to keep such thoughts to yourself. Not long after, that same neighbour came down with a fever. His wife swore she saw St. Michael standing at the foot of his bed, sword drawn. He recovered. Slowly, but he recovered. Another miracle. You didn't say a word. Because in the end, doubt is a quiet thing. It doesn't shout, doesn't argue. It just sits beside you, unnoticed by most, like a tired dog at your feet. You may not feed it, but it's always there. And so you live with miracles. You nod and bow and cross yourself when they happen. You light your candles. You touch the relics. You listen to the tales of weeping statues, glowing bones, and saints who walk among the barley fields in the moonlight. You believe mostly. Enough to get by. Enough to sleep at night. Because even if the miracles are false, the hope they offer is real. And that, you think, might be miracle enough. You don't remember deciding to give your child to the church. Not exactly. There wasn't a moment with trumpets and candles where you handed him over like a loaf of bread on the altar. It was slower than that. Like water creeping through a crack in the wall, it just happened. The idea was planted early, when he was still small enough to sleep on your chest. Such a good child, the priest said one day. So quiet, so obedient. A soul like that would do well in God's house. You nodded, unsure what he meant. But the seed was sown. By the time your boy was old enough to feed chickens and trip over his own feet in the fields, the whispers were louder. You've too many mouths, the neighbour said, not unkindly. And the monastery needs novices. It was framed as kindness, as opportunity. One less child to clothe. One more soul aimed at heaven. A chance for him to rise above the muck. So you agreed. You said yes without ever really thinking no was an option. The day he left was overcast. Not dramatically, not like a storybook. Just grey. You dressed him in his best tunic, such as it was, and tried not to cry as you tied the belt. He asked if he'd be allowed to keep his wooden toy, the one you carved for him last Yule. You said no, the monks didn't allow toys. He nodded and looked down at the floor. The priest came for him at dawn. He smiled broad and warm, like this was a wedding instead of a goodbye. Your son walked beside him, small and silent, clutching a sack of bread and your wife's handkerchief. You told yourself it was the right thing. You told yourself it was God's will. You told yourself again and again that he would have a better life than you ever could. But it didn't feel like a blessing. It felt like loss. In the monastery, he would rise before the sun. He would chant psalms in a language he didn't understand, eat in silence, and sleep on hard boards with no fire. He would scrub floors, copy texts, and learn to fear sin in 50 new forms. If he was lucky, he'd become a monk. If not, he'd serve until his back broke and his hands curled with age, and then be buried beneath cold stone. You weren't allowed to visit. The church said detachment was holy. That love must be surrendered, like everything else, so you stayed away. But at night, when the wind howled through the cracks in your cottage, you whispered his name. You wondered if he was warm, if he missed your cooking, poor as it was, if he still remembered the lullaby your wife sang when the snow came early. Sometimes, late at night, you wonder what he dreams about now. Does he remember the village square, the feel of bare feet on packed earth, the sting of a switch when he teased the chickens? Or are his dreams filled with Latin verse and the echo of cloisters, dreams shaped by walls too smooth to climb and rules too numerous to question? In the early weeks after he leaves, you half expect to hear his voice outside the door, to see him running across the field, arms flailing, wild-eyed with regret. But it never happens. The church does not return what it claims. It sanctifies, isolates, and reforms. You've seen it before. Boys who left laughing come back years later, with flat voices and downcast eyes, their fingers moving unconsciously over rosary beads, as if afraid to forget. And there's something else that gnaws at you, deep in the marrow of your days. The sense that this wasn't truly your choice, that perhaps it never was. When the priest speaks, you nod. When he smiles, you agree. When he invokes God's will, you lower your gaze and fold your hands. Because the church doesn't need to force you with whips. It only needs to make you believe that saying no would be a sin. You begin to understand, in the quiet hours, how deeply this power runs. It's not just in the altar or the sermon. It's in the silence of every parent who lets go. It's in the hollow space at your table where a child used to sit and no one dares speak their name. It's in the way your wife folds that one extra tunic and then tucks it away, even though no one will wear it again. The priest visits a week later, smiling as always, speaking softly about God's mercy and how well your son has settled in. A natural, he says, obedient, curious. He seems pleased, as if he's just acquired a new goat with excellent temperament. You nod and murmur a blessing, and pretend it's enough. But a small part of you wants to ask, does he cry? Does he ask about us? Does he wish he'd said goodbye? Instead you offer bread. Thin, crusty, inadequate. The priest takes it without hesitation. That too is the way of things. Seasons pass. Your son's absence becomes part of the rhythm. At times you almost forget what his voice sounded like. Then you'll hear his younger brother mutter something in the same cadence, and your chest will tighten for reasons you don't explain. The village moves on. Another child is given over to the church. This one from the miller's family. A girl this time. People talk. Some say it's a blessing. Others, in hushed tones, say it's convenient. The line between faith and desperation is not always so easy to spot when both wear the same vestments. You sometimes wonder if the saints ever miss their families, or if sainthood requires forgetting where you came from. And then, years later, perhaps 5, perhaps 10, a monk returns to bless the fields. He walks slowly with purpose, a man clearly not made for mud, but determined to walk through it anyway. You recognize the curve of his jaw, the set of his shoulders. But his voice is strange. It rolls like scripture, not like story. He speaks of God's bounty and the price of sin, and you listen, but your mind keeps wandering to a scar on his wrist. You know that scar. You remember when he got it climbing the old tree near the pond. He doesn't acknowledge you. He probably doesn't even know who you are. Or maybe he does, and that's worse. The church says it gave him a life of meaning. You gave him to the church, and neither of you will say aloud what was taken. In time, you stop praying that he'll return. Instead, you pray he's warm. You pray he's safe. You pray that when he lights a candle in the chapel, a small part of the flame remembers your hearth. Because no matter what they say about piety, obedience, and the glory of sacrifice, the truth is simpler and quieter. You loved your child. You still do. And even if you would make the same choice again, that doesn't make the ache go away. That is the miracle the church never mentions. Not weeping statues or glowing relics, but the quiet, stubborn love of a peasant who gave up his child and still prays for him in the dark. And despite all the incense, all the scripture, all the ritual and stone, that love might be the most sacred thing you ever held. The sun still rises, but it's no longer the clock you follow. Its path means less to you than the rhythm of bells from the chapel tower, the scent of incense drifting over furrowed fields, and the slow, inevitable crawl of feast days, fasts, and holy weeks that wrap around your life like ivy on stone. You don't think in seasons anymore. You think in liturgical colours. Time, for you, is not marked by the tilt of the earth or the smell of the soil, but by the church's wheel. Advent, Epiphany, Lent, Eastertide, Pentecost, ordinary time, though nothing ever feels very ordinary. It begins when you're small. You learn your numbers by counting the weeks until Christmas. You track the year not by birthdays. Peasant children don't really have those, but by when the priest changes his robes from purple to white to green. Your mother prepares for holidays by hoarding eggs and stretching flour, not because of the equinox, but because the calendar says it's time for joy or penance. Every day is named for something: a martyr who was boiled, a saint who stared at a wall for 20 years, or a virgin who sang hymns until she was set on fire. You know these names by ear, not by book. You can't read, but you know when St. Swithin's Day has come, because that's when the sky opens up and doesn't stop raining for a month. Some days you're allowed meat, others only fish. Sometimes even fish is banned, and you chew hard bread with the reverence normally reserved for relics. If you forget which day is which, someone will remind you. Often loudly and with great enthusiasm, Lent is the worst. 40 days of fasting, fainting, and finding new ways to hate salted turnips. The church calls it purification. You call it involuntary gardening. No meat, no dairy, no fun. You learn to loathe the smell of leeks and the sound of your own stomach. Still, you keep the fast. Everyone does. Because if you break it, and word gets out, the priest might withhold absolution. And if you die without that, well, that's a one-way trip to eternal roastings, complete with pitchforks and screaming angels who are having a very bad day. Easter follows, exploding with roasted lamb, laughter, and the sweet taste of actual fat. You pretend the hunger was worth it. You smile and sing hymns, even though your jaw still aches from gnawing dried peas for a month. Then comes ordinary time, though there's nothing particularly ordinary about it. It's just what the church calls the long, saint-stuffed stretch between major seasons. There's always a new martyr to honour, a new relic to kiss, or a new processional banner to accidentally trip over. The church gives you purpose, structure. You don't need a clock when you have bells. Morning Mass, midday Angelus, Vespers, Compline. Your body learns to move in rhythm with the chime. You wake, you work, you pray, you sleep. Not because the sun tells you to, but because the bell insists. Even the land obeys. The fields are blessed before planting, cursed by hail in midsummer, and reclaimed by saints in the fall. You sow when the calendar says you may. You reap before Michaelmas, because that's when the archangel walks the fields, and it's considered rude to interrupt him. Your village square isn't marked by market stalls or fountains. It's marked by the church, squat, looming, always damp, with its cracked bell and ever-burning votive smoke that clings to your clothes even outside the chapel. Inside that church, the year lives in colour and cloth, embroidered banners, fading frescoes, and holy days painted on the walls. The calendar is everywhere, etched in glass, carved in wood, stitched into the priest's alb. You kneel beside your neighbours, whispering psalms, uncertain whether the words are Latin or just very confident mumbling. You know when to bow, when to cross yourself, when to fake a cough during a long homily. The feast days are the closest thing you get to a holiday. On St. Martin's Day, you roast a goose. On Candlemas, you light a taper and hope your house doesn't catch fire. On St. Agnes's Eve, the girls place bread under their pillows, hoping to dream of their future husbands, though the results are usually disappointing and a bit damp. And then come the processions. Long, muddy walks behind a statue of the Virgin, or a suspiciously heavy box that supposedly contains a saint's toenail. You march barefoot, holding a candle that drips onto your wrists, singing the same song for the 10th time, because no one dares stop until the priest does. Sometimes it rains. Sometimes the relic falls. Once it caught fire. No one blamed the saint, of course. Only the boy carrying it. He still limps. Marriages are timed by the calendar. Certain weeks are banned. Too sacred for dancing. You were married the week after Whitsun, because it was the only time left that year not already occupied by penance or plagues. Even death obeys the calendar. Funerals must be approved. There are days too holy for mourning. Your uncle died on Corpus Christi, and the priest insisted on waiting until Friday to bury him, claiming it was what God wanted. The smell suggested otherwise. Then there are the minor feasts, the ones so obscure they border on surreal. St. Bega's Day, the patron of cold hands. St. Fiacre's Day, protector of hemorrhoids. You celebrate them all because it's not worth arguing, and because the villagers enjoy any excuse to light a candle and eat pie. You live like this because it's safer. To ignore the calendar is to risk your soul. To forget a fast is to risk a scolding. To celebrate on the wrong day is to invite whispered rumours and suspicious glances. The priest claims the calendar brings order. You suppose he's right. Without it, your life would just be mud, hunger, and the occasional bout of shingles. At least now, it's holy mud. Sanctified hunger. Shingles with a feast day. Still, sometimes, on the quiet days, the ones with no saints, no bells, no masses, you feel something strange. A flicker of thought, like a mouse skittering behind your ribs. What would life be like without this calendar? Without this sacred scaffolding? You never let that thought finish. Instead, you rise with the bell, kneel with the crowd, fast when commanded, feast when allowed, because your hours aren't yours. They belong to the saints, to the sacristy, and to the old man who rings the bell, even when no one asks him to. And in the stillness of Vespers, as the smoke curls toward the rafters, and your stomach reminds you it's another fast day, you hope, quietly and obediently, that it's enough. You try, you really do. You rise with the bells, you bow at the altar, you kneel when told and mumble through Latin prayers you don't understand but dare not skip. You cross yourself before meals, after sneezes, and once after a particularly upsetting dream involving Sister Agnes and a very large goat. You are, by all local accounts, a well-behaved Christian peasant. And yet, somehow, you're still doing it wrong. It turns out that following the church isn't about obedience. It's about interpretation. And unfortunately for you, interpretations shift. One day, it's fine to eat eggs during Lent if they've been boiled by your neighbour. The next day, that's heresy, and you're now spiritually adjacent to a leper. You are, in essence, playing a game of eternal salvation where the rules change halfway through, and no one tells you. You remember being young, maybe 10 or 11, when you first noticed the discrepancy. Father Odo preached a homily about the importance of silent prayer. 2 weeks later, Father Elric visited from the abbey and barked at the entire congregation for not praying aloud. He called your village spiritually stagnant and left in a huff. The next day, Father Odo sheepishly explained that we were now to murmur just enough for God to hear, but not enough to distract the saints. That kind of guidance is less than helpful. The Church's position on sin isn't exactly a stationary target either. For most of your life, drinking ale was considered a necessary part of peasant survival. Ale was liquid bread, safer than water, and a minor comfort in a cold, uncaring world. But then came a travelling friar who declared that your daily pint was a gateway to gluttony, and that laughter during meals was a form of pride. Pride, as you well know, leads directly to damnation. So now you sip ale with a frown, and try not to chuckle when your cousin Gervais drops his spoon into the stew pot again. Even your thoughts aren't safe. At first, sin was action-based. Don't steal, don't lie, don't stab your neighbour even if he's really quite stab-worthy. Then came the idea of intentionality. Now, it's not just what you do, it's what you meant to do. That snide thought you had about the bishop's new hat. Sin. That moment of envy when a neighbouring villager's pig gave birth to 7 piglets and yours only managed 2? Also sin. You begin to suspect that your brain is working against your soul. You confess these things, of course, weekly, if not more. But even that process has grown complicated. Some priests ask probing questions, others nod silently, as if reading your sins telepathically through the screen. One priest asked you to confess in order of severity. Another preferred alphabetical. One even told you that sins committed in dreams still counted, which led to an uncomfortable discussion involving Sister Agnes again and a rather unfortunate butter churn. And then there's the matter of indulgences. At first, indulgences were a relief. You could pay a little coin, or donate a chicken, and receive spiritual credit, like tipping your way out of purgatory. But over time, indulgences became a sort of ecclesiastical marketplace. The church offered them for pilgrimages, for relic donations, even for attending specific masses. You begin to wonder if heaven has a point system, and if so, whether you've accidentally joined the wrong rewards club. What's worse is that different priests tell different stories. Some say purgatory is like a long, smoky waiting room. Others say it's worse than hell because you know relief is coming, just not when. You once asked how long a single sin could trap you there. The priest answered, 1,000 years, maybe more, maybe less. God's time is not our time. comforting. Your neighbour, old Ethelred, swears he knew a man who returned from the dead after 10 days in purgatory. He came back with a message: "Don't eat cheese on Wednesdays." That was it, just that. The priest refused to validate this vision, but now no one eats cheese midweek. You don't either, just in case. The church also seems to rotate its focus every few years. For a while, gluttony was the enemy. Then it was vanity. Cue a rash of sermon-fueled mirror smashing. Then envy, sloth, and finally wrath. You actually liked wrath sermons? They felt oddly cathartic. But now the priests seem to be circling back to gluttony again, and you're starting to feel personally targeted. Occasionally, the higher-ups host councils, enormous meetings where bishops debate the mysteries of heaven with the enthusiasm of men fighting over spoiled milk. After each council, new decrees trickle down. Suddenly, one type of bread is holier than another. Incense must swing left to right now. Saint Philomena is no longer a saint. The fasting hours change again. Every donation, every whispered prayer over a coin dropped into a wooden cup, feeds into this cycle. The church collects, builds, and then guards its treasures jealously behind thick stone walls. These structures, adorned with gold leaf and intricate sculptures, become symbols of divine favour. Yet as you watch from afar, you realise that the very splendour is also a chain, binding the common folk to a system that values wealth and obedience over genuine fellowship. Sometimes you wonder if the church builds these monuments not solely to honour God, but to keep the people in line. A towering cathedral, majestic and inaccessible, reminds you that while you may work the land and pay your tithe, you are forever a subject, not of a king, but of an institution, one that, for all its miracles, remains distant and unyielding. You see it in the way the priest speaks, his voice calm and measured, as though every word is designed to reassure those who dare not dream of more. And yet, there is a strange comfort in the tradition. The church calendar marks the days in a way that creates order out of chaos. Even if its grand monuments are forever beyond your grasp, the structure it provides is a constant in a world full of uncertainty. You know when Lent begins. You know exactly how many days until Easter. You understand the solemn importance of feast days, even if you cannot partake fully because your stomach is too often empty. The rhythm of sacred time is as real to you as the changing of the seasons, though it obeys a different logic. You attend Mass, not just for salvation, but for the assurance that time is on your side. The bell tolls, and its sound is a reminder that you belong to something larger, that though your coin is small, it is part of a grand, unending ledger that stretches into eternity. The church builds its monuments not only on stone and gold, but on the invisible architecture of belief, the trust that even the smallest offering matters. In your daily life, you see the contrast. You're often in the fields from dawn until dusk, your hands calloused and your face weathered by sun and wind. And yet, each Sunday, you walk the short distance to the chapel, your few coins held tightly in your hand, ready to be offered. You understand that your labour and your money build not just your own sustenance, but contribute to the eternal. It is a bittersweet bargain. You give, and in return, you receive nothing tangible in your lifetime. The grand structures of the church rise far above you, their doors sealed to all but the highest ranks, while you continue to live under the same open sky. The vast looming cathedrals that you see in distant towns are both a promise and a prison. They promise a connection to something divine, a glimpse of everlasting glory. Yet they remain locked behind doors that never swing open for you. The church's monuments are built with funds collected from every village, every peasant's meagre coin offering, and every whispered prayer of hope. But they are reserved for the pious elite, the crowned, the noble, or those whose names are etched in hallowed records. And so, while you contribute every Sunday, your place in those grand halls is never assured. You learn as you grow that the calendar is sacrosanct. It is not nature's measure, but the church's design. The cycle of feasts and fasts, of holy days and penitential seasons, governs your life more surely than the rising and setting of the sun. Even if the sun still climbs the sky each day, your true measure of time is the liturgy. Advent brings the promise of a Saviour. Lent brings the pang of sacrifice. And Easter, even if you can hardly taste the sweetness behind the bitterness of your daily bread, brings a renewal that you cling to with desperate hope. The calendar defines fate. It dictates when you can enjoy a simple meal, when you must endure more arduous fasting, and when you are permitted to celebrate, however briefly. It also decides how you contribute to the church's coffers. Your every coin, your every scrap of extra food, collected day after day, eventually forms the foundation of something grand and unreachable. The grand cathedrals, the imposing chapels, the glittering relics in sealed boxes. They are all constructed from the humble offerings of peasants like you. And though these monuments are splendid to behold, they remain forever out of reach for you. You see their towering spires from afar, hear their bells ringing in distant towns, and marvel at the intricate stonework that tells stories of saints and sinners. But you know that the church, despite building these heavens on earth, will never allow you to step inside them. They are symbols of divine favour, of the wealth and power that separates the few from the many. Your donations, though given with trembling hands and a hopeful heart, are like water in a sieve, passing through and building walls that you may only see but never cross. In the quiet moments between work and prayer, you sometimes wonder about the price of faith. It is measured not in pounds or pence, but in the sacrifice of that which is most dear to you. Your child, your labour, your very hope. And yet you persevere, because there is no other way to live. To give is to belong to something greater than yourself, even if that something is as remote and as cold as the vaulted ceiling of a cathedral in a distant city. In the end, your life is marked by this perpetual exchange. Every coin you donate, every tithe you scrape together, contributes to the church's vast, unyielding construction. A reminder of both their benevolence and their distance. You give out of necessity and duty, with a quiet resignation that your contribution is significant only in the eyes of those who build and not of those who labour. And so, each Sunday, you walk the familiar path to the chapel, your head bowed, your hands clasped, knowing full well that the calendar dictates not the cycle of the seasons alone, but the measure of your life. The church's grand monuments may never open their doors to you, but they continue to rise, testament to a belief that, for all its promise of salvation, remains forever out of reach for the common soul. It begins with a cough. Not much at first, just a dry rattle in your chest that doesn't go away. Maybe it's the cold stone floor or the damp straw mattress. Maybe it's just age, finally creeping into your ribs. Either way, you start coughing more often and longer, until it wakes your wife, until the children listen at the door, until the priest is called. He doesn't say you're dying, not outright. He calls it the season of reflection, which is a church word for get your soul in order. You lie on your bed, thin as a spindle and twice as brittle. The thatch roof above you leaks in 3 places, but no one bothers to patch it now. Rainwater beads on the edge of your wooden bowl, collecting in time with the drip behind your left shoulder. There's no fire. You're too weak to gather wood, and no one wants to leave your side. Not when the coughing's grown that deep. Your wife, who once carried 2 buckets up the hill without pausing, now holds your hand like it's made of glass. Your son kneels by the bed, lips moving soundlessly through a prayer he learned by rote, too young to understand and too scared not to say it. The priest arrives at dusk. He smells of wet wool and candle smoke, and his face has the soft exhaustion of someone who's seen too many last breaths this week. He lights a small taper and places it beside you. The candlelight flickers against the wall, dancing across the soot stains and cobwebs like a final benediction. It's time for the last rites. He begins with the litany of saints. You try to mouth the names, but your tongue doesn't keep up. Augustine, Benedict, Agnes, Lawrence, Cecilia. You recognise them like distant cousins at a feast. Vaguely familiar, deeply out of reach. He anoints your forehead, your hands, your chest. The oil smells like bitter herbs. He murmurs Latin words meant to open the gates of heaven. You focus hard, hoping God is listening, and that he's not in one of his more vengeful moods. Outside, the village goes on. A cow moans somewhere. A child cries. Someone's hammering a cartwheel with unnecessary enthusiasm. Life continues just far enough away that it hurts. The priest offers you a crucifix. You clutch it like a lifeline, knuckles white against the worn wood. You've touched this shape 1,000 times. In church, in prayer, in fear. Now you cling to it as if it might drag your soul upward through sheer familiarity. He whispers a final blessing and closes his book. There's nothing more he can do. And now, you wait. You'd think dying would be dramatic. Trumpets of the soul. Angel choirs. Something to mark the moment. But really, it's just more silence. A long, slow quiet that settles over your bones like dust. You drift. Memories rise like smoke. You see your mother lighting a candle on All Saints' Day. You see your child's baptism. The priest fumbling the holy water while your baby wailed like a war horn. You see yourself years ago, standing barefoot in the mud outside the church, staring up at the stained glass window of Christ in judgment, wondering whether you'd be found wanting. You think of sins, not the grand ones. You've never killed, never blasphemed, out loud, never stolen anything worth locking away. But still, they add up. The lie you told about your neighbour's barley yield, the meat you ate during Lent, just once, but greedily. The thoughts you had during sermons when your mind wandered somewhere it shouldn't. You confess them. You think. Most of them. Probably. You think of purgatory. A place between places. A long hall of smoke and regret where your soul gets scrubbed like laundry before it can meet the divine. Some say it lasts days. Some say centuries. One man claimed to have returned from it, just briefly, and said it smelled like burning hair and wet stone. You hope he was exaggerating. Your wife presses a cloth to your forehead. It's damp. Her hand lingers a moment too long. Not because she's trying to comfort you, but because she's afraid to let go. The priest steps outside to tell the village. You hear his voice, low and practiced, saying words you can't quite catch. You know the ritual by heart anyway. Someone will toll the bell. The women will begin baking the burial loaves. A grave will be dug, not too deep. The ground is hard this time of year. There will be a mass, maybe two, if your wife can afford the second. Your name will be said aloud, then folded into silence. A life summarized in 4 syllables and 1 candle. If you're lucky, someone will remember to light another for your soul next year. You wonder what death looks like. The church says it's a passage, like stepping through a veil. There's judgment, of course. A great book. A balance. St. Peter, possibly, though no one's quite sure what he actually does. You imagine your soul as a flickering wisp, standing in line behind 1,000 others, all waiting to be sorted like sacks of barley. What if you don't make it? What if the weight of your sins, however small, tips the scales the wrong way? What if your final confession wasn't complete? What if you died thinking of the wrong thing? They say your last thought matters, that whatever fills your heart in that final breath echoes into eternity. You try to think of Christ, of mercy, of golden gates and angels with wings made of light, but it's hard. Your thoughts keep drifting to your wife's face, to the warmth of her hand, to the way the fire crackles when she's not watching it. You hope that counts? A chicken clucks outside. Somewhere in the village, someone laughs. Not cruelly, just the normal sound of someone living. You wonder if they'll quiet down when they hear the bell. You wonder if they'll stop for a moment, say a prayer, or if they'll just keep walking, kicking dust and muttering about the weather. The church says you're not gone, just past. That prayers can still help you, that masses can still reach you, that the living owe the dead a duty. You hope that's true, because otherwise it's just dirt. Your final moment doesn't come with fanfare. There's no light, no trumpet, no angel. Just breathe, then no breath. A silence that deepens. The priest will return soon. He'll close your eyes, even if they're already shut. He'll cover your body with a cloth and begin the prayers of commendation. Go forth, O Christian soul, he will say, and everyone will nod, as if they understand where you're going. Your family will cry. Not all at once, some tears are delayed. Your youngest might not cry until the burial, when they see the hole in the earth. You'll be buried with a cross, a simple wooden one. There's no money for stone. Maybe someone will mark it with a name, maybe just a carved X. In time, grass will grow over it. Children will run across the hill. Some might step right over you without knowing. You don't mind, because deep down, you've done what you could. You lived quietly. You obeyed the bells. You feared the right things. You hoped, even when it felt silly, that it all meant something. And in your final moment, when everything else fell away, you held the cross and whispered the only words you knew for sure. Have mercy. They tell me I came into this world on a cold morning in late November, though calendars didn't mean much in the village, unless it was planting season or a saint's feast. My mother gave birth to me on a pile of straw near the hearth, while my eldest sister threw more dung onto the fire, and my father muttered something about it being another mouth. It was my third sister that cut the cord with a knife we usually used for cheese, and then they wrapped me in rags that had once belonged to a cousin who died young, like most cousins did. It wasn't a dramatic affair, just another baby in a hut, already echoing with the coughs and snuffles of too many children in too little space. You don't get a name right away. That was superstition, mostly. A good portion of us never made it past the first few weeks, so it was bad luck to grow attached too soon. Half the village had buried a baby at some point, and the churchyard was dotted with tiny, unmarked graves, soft earth for short lives. So they waited a while, watched me closely, and only after I had survived my first bout of fever was I baptised by Father Oswin in a cold font that smelled faintly of mildew and sheep's wool. I don't remember it, obviously, but I do remember him years later. Crooked nose, holy breath, and a stare that could curdle milk. They called me Thomas, after an uncle who'd been kicked by a mule and died half an hour later. Names came from saints or corpses, sometimes both. My first bed was a wooden cradle stuffed with hay and lined with old cloths. It sat by the fire, if we had one going, or near the hearth's ashes if we didn't. Our house, if you can call it that, was made of timber and wattle and daub, with a thatched roof that leaked every time it rained harder than a drizzle, which, in England, was most days. The floor was earth, real earth. It got swept occasionally, mostly with a bundled switch of twigs, and only when we'd stepped in something that shouldn't have been in the house to begin with. Chickens wandered in and out like they owned the place, and there was a pig who liked to sleep near my cradle for warmth. She smelled better than most of my siblings. We had no chimney, just a hole in the roof, and a hope that the smoke would go up instead of sideways. It didn't. Everything, clothes, hair, skin, reeked of smoke, the kind of scent that burrows into your bones and never quite leaves. As a babe, I was lucky to have milk. Some weren't. Wet nurses were a luxury, and most mothers fed their own if they had enough to give. My mother did her best, despite the 5 other squalling mouths and the winter ration of pottage that barely warmed a spoon. Weaning meant mashed peas, softened barley, and the occasional bit of bread soaked in broth. Teeth came early. Illness came earlier. I had 4 siblings older than me, 2 younger, and one I never met. He died in the night sometime around Candlemas, wrapped in a blanket and still warm when they found him. We didn't speak of it. We didn't need to. Everyone understood. By the time I could walk, I had chores. You don't get a childhood in the way modern folk imagine it. No toys, no school, no idle hours spent wondering about your feelings. My early years were spent chasing chickens, fetching water from the stream, which may or may not have had a dead squirrel floating in it, and being smacked with a wooden spoon if I got underfoot. We shared everything: beds, shoes, illnesses. My sister and I wore the same tunic in alternating weeks. It never quite dried between uses. Lice were normal. Fleas, expected. Worms? Only worth mentioning if they made you cough one up. As I got older, perhaps 6 or 7, my responsibilities grew. That's about the age when you're considered halfway useful. I'd help muck out stalls, scare off crows, and carry baskets of turnips so heavy I could barely see over them. Okay, my hands grew calloused before I ever held a quill. Not that I ever did. Some children, in towns or in the manors, were apprenticed or sent to monasteries. Not me. My fate was the fields, just like my father, and his father before him, back when England was mostly forest, and people still thought Vikings might show up on a Tuesday. There was a rhythm to peasant life. Seasons dictated everything. In the spring you sowed. In the summer you tended. In the autumn you harvested. In the winter you tried not to die. Simple. But even as a child you noticed things. The way the village held its breath during childbirth. The way people crossed themselves twice when smoke rose too thin from a neighbour's chimney. The way old men looked at the horizon like they expected something bad to walk over it. And often something did. We played, of course. Children always do. Games with sticks and stones, foot races, mock battles with straw swords. We laughed, scraped our knees, and fought like dogs over the last apple on the tree. But even then, there was work waiting. Always work. Sometimes, when Father Oswin wasn't looking, we'd sneak into the chapel just to feel the cool stone under our hands and see the candles lit. It felt otherworldly, a place where mud didn't stick and whispers echoed like prayers. I didn't understand Latin, but I understood silence and how rare it was. There was a boy named Will who lived 2 houses down. He'd lost 3 brothers to a fever, and used to say that if you saw 3 crows in the field before breakfast, someone would die before sundown. We all believed him. Superstition wasn't a pastime. It was a survival mechanism. Saints protected our animals, relics cured our boils, and dreams were warnings, especially the ones with fire in them. My education was oral. Stories, prayers, curses. I learned what crops to plant when, how to spot a snake in tall grass, and that stepping on the church threshold with your left foot meant a week of bad luck. These were the lessons that mattered. Latin could wait. But even amid the muck and hardship, there were moments, bright ones, when the barley grew high and the wind smelled like sun, when someone brewed strong ale and laughter carried through the village like music, when the whole community gathered for a feast, no matter how small, and someone pulled out a fiddle or told a story so good even the pigs stopped snorting to listen. That was childhood. A mixture of hardship, hunger, noise, and fleeting joys. We were never clean, rarely full, and often cold. But we were alive. And in those years, that alone felt like a kind of victory. If I close my eyes, I can still smell the smoke from the hearth, feel the straw poking through my bedding, and hear my mother's voice humming the same tune she did every evening. Something soft and wordless, like a lullaby made out of endurance. They say the first years shape a man. If that's true, then I was shaped by mud, ash, and the sound of my name being called for chores, and by the quiet understanding that nothing in life, not warmth, not food, not love, came without work. But it survived, which for a medieval peasant child is more than many could say. They say a child's first memory sticks with them forever. Mine is of a splinter. Not a big one, mind you. Just a nasty little sliver of wood I got from falling on the threshing floor while chasing a chicken. I wailed, of course. Not because it hurt that much, but because I was 5, tired, and already covered in half a morning's worth of mud. My mother yanked it out with her teeth and handed me a crust of bread too hard for a dog. That was comfort in our house. Removal of wood, followed by carbohydrates. In medieval England, childhood was less a protected phase, and more a short, muddy ramp-up to full exhaustion. You weren't coddled. You were taught, not through books or lessons, but by watching, copying, and occasionally getting swatted with a ladle if you did something particularly dim. I don't remember a time without work. By the time I could form sentences, I could carry water. A small bucket sloshing down my legs. By 5, I was feeding chickens. By 6, shooing crows off the barley. By 7, I was sent with the other boys to learn the fine art of not standing where the oxen are trying to walk. We called it learning. Today you'd call it survival training. Most of our day revolved around the needs of the house and field. Morning started early. Before the sun, if it was harvest season. We'd be woken not by roosters, but by my father's boots slamming the door shut behind him as he headed out. Our breakfast was cold pottage or leftover bread if the rats hadn't gotten to it first. No one asked how you slept. No one cared. The day didn't wait for dreams. We didn't have toys, at least not ones you'd buy or make on purpose. A good stick could become a sword, a javelin, or a horse, depending on how you swung it. Stones were game pieces, tools, or missiles. We played when we could, but always with one ear tuned to an adult calling our name. Or worse, calling our full name. That meant trouble. There were no schools for us. Education, if you were lucky enough to stumble into it, came from a priest who had time between funerals, or a village elder who'd tell you which mushrooms wouldn't kill you. The most I ever learned to write was the first letter of my name, scratched into the dirt with a twig. And even that was seen as a bit fancy. What I did learn, and quickly, was everything needed to stay alive, and mostly out of trouble. How to walk behind a plough without tripping, how to lift with your knees, how to spot a weasel in the chicken pen, how to keep quiet when Father Oswin started talking about sin and hellfire, and how to pretend you weren't the one who stole the last apple off the cart. Religion found you early. You didn't understand it, not really, but you understood fear. You feared hell. You feared the devil. You feared Agnes, the woman 2 houses down, who looked at you funny and might have cursed your sister's goat. God you feared too. But he was a bit harder to picture. The priest painted him with fire and guilt and long silences. We nodded along, eyes wide, fingers crossed. Around age 7, things shifted. That's when you stopped being seen as a small creature and started being seen as a small adult. Your chores got more serious. You were expected to help in the field. Really help, not just fetch things. If you were a girl, you helped with the washing, the spinning, the endless cooking. If you were a boy, you joined your father or brothers with the animals and tools. If you were unlucky, you did both. My father said a boy's hands should be blistered by 8. Mine were. By then I'd already dropped a bucket on my toe, lost 2 fingernails to a millstone, and once got kicked into a puddle by a cow who didn't care for my face. Welcome to childhood. We were always outside, in the rain, in the frost, in the thick summer heat. No such thing as too cold or too hot when the barley needed tending, or the sheep had gone wandering into someone else's pasture. I knew every dip and stone of the path to the well, every splinter in the stable gate, every wormhole in the wood near the fire. We lived close to the earth, not by choice, but because it was literally our floor, our walls, our food, and half our illnesses. Sickness came often. Rashes, fevers, boils, you name it. Most weren't named, actually. You just got the sweats, or the shakes, or that coughing thing, and you either got better or didn't. The village had a midwife who also knew herbs. She helped when she could, but if the ailment was serious, your best hope was prayer, or luck, or both. Death wasn't abstract. I saw a friend of mine, Simon, go from laughing over a beetle to shivering in a blanket to being buried behind the chapel all in 3 days. No one explained why. They just said, God took him, and we moved on. Because you had to. Still there was fun, in strange places. We played in the stream. We pelted each other with snow and straw. We raced barefoot through the fields, yelping when we stepped on thorns or startled a frog. We stole turnips, then ran from the tanner, who claimed they were his. We'd huddle around the fire at night and listen to stories from the old men, tales of beasts, saints, and wars we didn't understand, but loved hearing anyway. There was a rhythm to it all. You rose, worked, ate, scratched, slept, and dreamed. Sometimes of nothing more than a better pair of shoes, or a day when your tunic didn't itch. And you knew even then what your future would be. You'd grow taller, not taller than the Lord's Son, of course, but enough to lift heavier things. You'd marry probably a girl from the same village with the same dirt under her nails. You'd have children who'd do as you did, and you'd die within a mile of where you were born. Not that anyone said this outright, but it was in the way people looked at you, in the way they measured your height by the doorframe, and nodded, as if to say, a few more years and he'll be useful. Childhood was less about wonder and more about waiting to be old enough to matter. On feast days, though, oh, those were special. Saints' days or weddings brought out food, music, even a bit of dancing. I once had a honeyed oatcake I still think about, and one year they roasted a whole pig. It was like a miracle, meat that wasn't dried or boiled or questionable. We ran wild that night, bellies full, hearts light. And for a brief while, it felt like the village belonged to us, the children, as if just for one night the future was something to look forward to. But dawn always came, and with it the chores, the weight of wood on your back, the sour smell of the sheep pen, the clanging of the pail against the well wall, back to the cycle, back to the growing. By the time I was 10, I could drive a cart, gut a fish, spin a rope, and fix a broken fence. I knew when the rains would come by the scent of the wind, and I could guess the mood of my father by the way he shut the door. I was, for all intents and purposes, nearly grown. At 12, you're no longer a child. In the eyes of the village, the church, and your own aching bones, you're a working man. A small one, sure, but one expected to pull your weight. And so childhood ends. Not with a celebration, not with a speech, just with a new job, a longer list of things to do, and the quiet realization that from here on out, the only difference between you and your father is how much your back hurts. But I survived those years. I didn't freeze, didn't starve, didn't fall into the well or get crushed by the oxen. I made it to the part where people stopped calling me boy and started asking me to carry heavier things. And if that's not success in medieval England, I don't know what is. By 13, I'd stopped asking questions and started growing blisters instead. That's about the time a boy in our village stops being a boy. There's no ceremony for it, no candlelit moment where someone hands you a sword or a speech. One day you're helping in the fields, the next you're in the fields. All day, every day. Sunrise to sundown, stomach rumbling, back bent, eyes stinging from the wind and the smoke of last night's fire still clinging to your tunic. My voice had started cracking like the rafters in our cottage after a rainstorm, and the older men noticed. They began talking to me less like a child and more like a very disappointing colleague. "You missed a row, Thomas." "That plough line's crooked, Thomas." "Stop walking like your legs are made of porridge, Thomas." Encouraging stuff. Still, there was pride in it. I had a tool of my own. A scythe, duller than it should have been, but mine. I was trusted to feed the animals, turn the soil, even fetch deliveries from the manor storehouse, assuming the steward wasn't in one of his moods. I earned my bread now, quite literally, and I ate it with the dignity of someone who'd bled for it. Work came in seasons, just like weather and fevers. Spring was ploughing and sowing, your boots caked in wet earth, hands raw from gripping the handles. Summer meant long days under a wide, hot sky, your neck blistered, eyes squinting against the glare, swatting flies with every other breath. Harvest season was its own madness. No sleep, no rest, just reaping until your arms felt like someone else's. And winter. Winter was when you wondered if your toes still counted as part of you. Our food didn't get better now that I was older. If anything, I noticed how often we went without. Dinner might be a ladle of barley stew, chewy with leftover bones. Supper, if we had one, was cold. Bread hardened on the hearth. Once I cracked a tooth trying to bite through it. We laughed. Then we cried a little because we realised it was the last loaf. Water, fetched by my younger brother now, still came from the stream or the communal well, depending on which was less cursed that week. It always tasted a bit like moss and worry. We drank it anyway, when there was no beer. The older I got, the more I noticed the things grown men didn't speak of, but understood. How they'd glance at the sky and frown. How they'd listen to the hens clucking like it meant something. And it did. A change in weather, a spirit nearby, or just bad luck blowing in from the next village over. Bad luck came often. Sometimes it came in the form of a fever. Sometimes in the form of a cartwheel snapping at the worst possible moment. Once, it was a collapsed roof in the night. 2 of our neighbours gone by, mourning. I helped pull the bodies from the rubble. They didn't look peaceful. They looked surprised. Like even in a world where death was common, they hadn't expected that. Around this time, I started noticing girls. Noticed how they carried water with one hand and tucked their hair with the other. How they laughed even when their shoes were soaked and their fingers were chapped from scrubbing linens. How their eyes darted when the steward passed by. There was a girl named Elswith, lived near the mill, always smelled faintly of flour. She once gave me an extra slice of apple when she thought I looked pale. I don't know if she fancied me or just pitied me. Either way, I remembered that apple for weeks. But courtship wasn't candlelight and poetry. It was side glances while shoveling manure. Maybe a shared song during harvest. If you were lucky, you'd sit beside her at a feast. And if things went well, you'd ask her father, or the village reeve, for permission to wed. Love was optional, land was essential. I wasn't ready for marriage yet. I didn't even own a second tunic. But I was expected to contribute, not just to my family, but to the manor. Every able-bodied peasant owed labour to the lord. It wasn't up for debate. That meant working the domain, the lord's personal land, a few days a week, unpaid. You showed up, did your time, and tried not to collapse until after you'd finished stacking his hay. I remember one summer hauling stones for a new wall around the manor's herb garden. My back ached for a week. I don't even like herbs. I'd also learned by now how to keep quiet around authority. You didn't question the reeve. You didn't question the steward. And you certainly didn't question the lord, even if you thought his velvet hat made him look like a goose in disguise. Religion played a larger role now. I was old enough to understand the sermons, or pretend to. We knelt during Mass, mumbled along with the Latin we didn't understand, crossed ourselves, and hoped it would be enough. I confessed to sins I wasn't sure counted, coveting bread, speaking ill of the hayfork, once kicking a chicken because it startled me. Father Oswin said I should pray harder. I tried, but sometimes I fell asleep mid-prayer, exhausted from work and the cold and the low-burning knowledge that nothing was guaranteed. Not food, not health, not tomorrow. The manorial court became familiar too. Once every few weeks, villagers would gather, and the lord or his appointed judge would settle disputes. Boundary lines, livestock squabbles, accusations of theft. Once, a man was fined for taking firewood from the wrong grove. Another was whipped for hunting rabbits that technically belonged to the lord. I watched. I learned. I kept my head down. Sometimes I dreamed of leaving the village, of running off to a town, finding work as a tanner or miller or even a guard. But those were stories you told yourself when the rain kept you awake, or when you were ankle deep in manure, and wondering if this was all life had to offer. But then I'd look around and see my brothers, my mother by the hearth, my father snoring in the corner, and the pig asleep in her usual spot. And I'd remember this was life. And it wasn't all bad. We had music sometimes. A fiddle, a pipe, a voice raised in song during a rare evening when the work was done early and the ale hadn't run dry. We had stories passed down by candlelight. We had the steady rhythm of the seasons, the first shoots of spring, the golden sheaves of autumn, the deep hush of winter snow. And slowly I found I wasn't the smallest boy anymore. There were others now, younger than me, looking up, watching how I tied the rope or sharpened the blade, asking questions I once asked. I wasn't yet a man, but I was no longer a child. My shoulders had filled out. My hands had stopped bleeding from the scythe, and my back only ached when it rained. One morning my father handed me a set of tools without a word, just nodded. That was it. My confirmation, my promotion, my induction into the long line of peasants who'd done the same work, in the same fields, under the same sun, for generations. And I took them. Because that's what you did. You carried on. Thomas had seen enough of courtship before he ever experienced it himself. Not the kind with flowers and whispered promises. Those were for stories told by travelling minstrels. Not for boys who spent their mornings knee-deep in pig muck and their evenings scraping dried oats off the cooking pot. Courtship in our village, and by our I mean the 30 or so souls who shared the same patch of frostbitten soil, was a matter of timing, bodies, and barley. You didn't fall in love. You grew into usefulness. By the time I reached 15, I was tall enough to reach the thatch and thin enough to be useful without needing much food. That made me marriageable. Not because I had anything to offer romantically. I didn't even have my own pair of boots yet, but because I could haul water, swing a scythe, and had enough teeth to chew through a turnip without making too much noise. That was about as dreamy as a man could get. My parents started talking about Ellen the same year I stopped sleeping in the corner of the main room and started sleeping in the loft. She was a year younger, known for her spinning, and had wide shoulders from churning butter since she could stand. We'd said maybe 6 words to each other in our lives, 5 of which were, "Move, I need the ladle." But our families both needed what the other could provide: hands, grain, and a quiet partnership that wouldn't cause trouble. Betrothal wasn't a grand affair. It was more like agreeing on a trade. My father spoke to hers, while I stood nearby pretending to adjust my cloak. They discussed grain yields, shared labour, and the fact that neither of us had any better prospects. Then a handshake, a nod, and it was decided. Thomas and Ellen would marry come spring. Spring came late that year. Mud stayed longer than usual, and 2 oxen died in the next village over. But when the church bells rang on St. Walpurga's feast day, we stood before the priest in our second-best tunics, shivering more from nerves than cold. The whole ceremony took 5 minutes. Latin we couldn't understand, vows we'd practiced the night before, and a kiss that was more a bump of noses than anything passionate. But we were married. The wedding feast was barley bread, hard cheese, and thin stew served in cracked bowls. Someone passed around a jug of ale strong enough to make old men weep. A few folks danced until their shoes came off. It wasn't lavish, but it was more food than usual, and nobody went home sober or hungry, which in our part of England counted as a miracle. We moved into the rear corner of my family's cottage, separated by a curtain made from an old flour sack. Privacy was a suggestion. Our first bed was straw and sackcloth over a frame of uneven planks. I say bed, more like a place where our bones rested between workdays. Still, it was ours. That meant something. Marriage wasn't a change so much as an expansion. You kept working, only now you had someone to share the blisters with. Ellen and I quickly fell into rhythm. I rose first to fetch water. She tended the morning porridge. I patched the fence. She wove the wool. Her tasks never ended. Neither did mine, but we got good at avoiding each other's tired spells, at picking up slack without asking. Romantic? Number, but stable. Predictable. That was more useful than poetry. Ellen had strong opinions, though she rarely voiced them. But she was smart. Sharper than me in most ways. She kept track of stores, remembered debts, and knew when to nod during church, even if she'd fallen asleep standing up. She could spot a wormy apple from across the field, and once shamed a travelling peddler into giving us proper change just by staring at him. I respected her long before I realised I liked her. Children were expected. That's what marriage was for, after all. Adding labour to the household. It took a while. Our first winter was rough. Cold enough to freeze the wash bucket mid-scrub. Food ran thin. Then in the spring, Ellen fell ill. She recovered slowly, her hands trembling for weeks. We didn't speak about babies that season, but by the next year, she was with child. Pregnancy didn't come with cushions and cravings. It came with nausea, work, and prayers. She worked up until the week of the birth. No doctor, just old Mab, the village midwife, who smelled of thyme and sweat, and had delivered nearly every soul within shouting distance. Labour lasted from sunset to near dawn. I sat outside the whole time, carving pointless lines into the frozen earth with a stick. When I heard the cry, 2 cries, I didn't believe it. Twins, a boy and a girl. The boy we named Will. The girl, Alice. Will died 6 days later. No illness, no sign. Just didn't wake up. We buried him near the boundary oak, with a cross made from the last dry branch of the season. Loss was constant, but that didn't make it easier. Life moved on. It had to. The seasons didn't stop because we grieved. Ellen barely wept. She just folded Will's swaddling cloth and tucked it under the bed. Alice lived, grew, walked early, spoke late. Her laugh sounded like spring water over stone, clear, brief, surprising. We lived for that sound. As husband and wife, we had a simple understanding. We did not speak of dreams. Not aloud. Dreams were for the Lord's children, the ones who learned Latin and ate meat twice a week. Our world had no room for wants, only for tasks. The field needed tending. The wall needed mending. The pig needed salting. And we did it all year after year without fuss. But sometimes, when the fire burned low and Alice slept in the crook of Ellen's arm, I thought about building a second room. about teaching my daughter to read, about having a day, just one, without worry. Then the wind would howl through the thatch, and I'd remember who I was. Thomas, son of William, husband of Ellen, father of one, maybe more, if luck held, a man with cracked hands, a weak roof, and a woman who warmed a stew without being asked. That was enough. The years following our marriage were not marked by great changes, but by small, repeated ones. A new tool, a second pig, a patch of land the steward let us borrow. Each improvement came with a cost. More labour, more obligation, more eyes on us. But they also stitched a new shape to our life. Our roles in the village became clearer too. I was no longer just young Thomas. I became Thomas who fixed the well rope, Thomas who loaned barley seed, Thomas whose daughter didn't die last winter. These small noticings, shared over ale or during idle talk near the bakehouse, mattered more than I admitted. Respect in a village doesn't come from speeches. It comes from surviving while being useful. Ellen, for her part, was respected by women and feared slightly by men, not because she was harsh, but because she remembered everything. She became a sort of informal registrar of marriages, debts, and feuds. No one could recall whose turn it was to borrow the cart. Ask Ellen. Couldn't remember if Martha's son was born before the plague or after. Ellen would know. By our 5th year, we had another child. A son this time, named Hugh after my grandfather. Ellen delivered him with old Mab again, though the midwife's hands were slower now, her eyes more sunken. I paid her with eggs and a new bundle of rushes for her floor. Hugh was hearty, loud, and always hungry. That last trait never changed. Marriage changed me in ways I hadn't expected. It made me think ahead. Not far, never more than the next harvest, but farther than I used to. I began to notice roofs that might leak come autumn, boots that wouldn't last the winter. I bartered more carefully, saved bits of tallow, kept kindling dry even when I was too tired to care. These weren't grand ambitions. They were survival skills, sharpened by the weight of others relying on you. Historically, peasants like me weren't expected to have inner lives. But the truth is, we did. We just didn't have time to dwell on them. The rhythm of life as a full-grown peasant is less a schedule and more a relentless loop. There's no concept of adulthood as we'd understand it today. Just a gradual thickening of calluses and responsibility. One morning you wake up and realise that no one tells you what to do anymore, because they assume you're already doing it. That's how you know you've made it. The year is not measured by holidays or birthdays. It's carved into your body by the seasons. Spring stretches your back with ploughing. Summer cracks your hands with reaping. Autumn stains your knees with muck from gathering. And winter? That's when your bones remind you of every bad harvest and every splintered fence you ever repaired. There's always something to do, and rarely anything to show for it. You dig, sow, mend, fetch, chop, patch, and then start over. The tools are basic. A wooden plough, a rusting sickle, a hoe that's more patched than iron. And when they break, which they do frequently, you either fix them with what little you have, or borrow from someone who will expect repayment in kind, or worse, in favours. My work, like most men's in our village, is dictated by the land and the Lord. I hold a few strips of earth in the open fields, not mine, technically, but mine to tend. In exchange, I owe the steward labour days, a few dozen in theory, closer to 100 in practice. These are spent repairing roads, harvesting the Lord's grain before my own, and helping construct things I'll never use. Last year it was a granary. Year before, a new gatehouse. This year, rumour says we're building a dovecote. For birds we're not allowed to eat. On top of that, there's the tithe. 1/10 of everything I grow, raise or make goes to the church. In theory, it's for God. In practice, it means that if I produce 10 bundles of barley, only 9 come home, if no one else recalculates the share first. The priest says this keeps us humble. I say it keeps him well fed. The rest of my day is spent trying not to fall behind. If a fence breaks, I fix it. If a pig falls ill, I call in the neighbour who once treated his cousin's pig with an onion and a prayer. If the thatch leaks, Ellen and I climb the roof and patch it with whatever we've got. Straw, moss. On one occasion, the hide of a goat that had outlived its usefulness. It didn't help the smell. Our food depends on our labour. And luck. A good season means full bowls. A bad one means thin broth and tighter belts. Most meals are pottage again. Grains, weeds, the occasional onion. Meat is rare, eggs are seasonal, and milk depends on whether the cow feels like cooperating that week. Ellen makes the best out of it, but even she can't turn turnips into miracles. Barter keeps us afloat. A few spare eggs might buy a length of thread. A day helping thresh someone else's field might get me an extra portion of smoked fish. There's a quiet economy in every favour. Everyone owes someone something, and everyone remembers. What passes for rest is mostly a change in task. We mend tools while watching the children. We gossip while gathering firewood. We pray not out of leisure, but because it's the one task that doesn't require moving. Sometimes I catch myself thinking, is this it? Is this all there is? And then Alice runs in from the yard, laughing with a wooden doll Ellen carved from an old chair leg. Hugh tugs at my tunic, asking if he can help sharpen the sickle. I nod, because yes, this is it. And some days, it's enough. In the manorial world, community is everything. No one survives alone. The smith needs grain, the weaver needs meat, the priest needs wine, which he won't admit but drinks plenty of, and all of us need each other come harvest. If one family falls ill, others step in, not out of charity, but because next time it might be you. And of course, there are days of rest. Sunday Mass, Saint Days, the occasional feast where bread is slightly less hard and ale flows for free. We sit on logs, share stories, and pretend our backs don't ache. Those are the days we laugh. Not because life is easy, but because laughter costs nothing, and sometimes that's all we've got. Historians today might write of subsistence farming and feudal obligations. What they don't capture is how much of it feels like bailing water out of a leaking boat with your bare hands. Day after day, season after season. Still, you get up the next morning. You shoulder your tool. You nod to your neighbour. And you do it all over again. Because the land doesn't wait. And neither does life. The hardest part isn't the labour. It's the sameness. Every sunrise brings the same tasks in a slightly different order. The plough still sticks in the same patch of clay. The barn roof still sags. The oxen still pull with the enthusiasm of half-dead furniture. And through it all, the same ache settles into your joints. Not sharp, not screaming, just present. Like a dull companion you didn't invite, but who never leaves. There's a strange kind of pride in knowing your place in this order. I know when the frost will come by, how the wind smells at dawn. I know how deep to plant barley just by running my fingers through the dirt. It isn't education, not like the monks have, but it's knowledge, hard won, felt in the bones. Our fields follow the open field system, just like every village from here to York. There are no fences, just long, narrow strips shared among dozens of families. Each family gets a few strips scattered across the 3 great fields, so no one hogs the best land. Fair, in theory. But try dragging a plough from one strip to the next when they're half a mile apart. It's not efficient. It's exercise by divine design. Once a year, the reeve, that's the Lord's man, walks the fields with his tally sticks and lists who owes what. If your yield is good, you owe grain. If it's bad, you still owe grain. The math is more spiritual than logical. And if you argue, you'd best enjoy digging ditches. You'll be assigned plenty. Taxes and tithes aren't the only thing pulling at your grain sack. Come autumn, the travelling merchants show up with cloth, salt, and promises. They trade high and buy low. I've sold 5 chickens for a spool of thread before. A bad deal, but the kids needed clothes, and chickens are replaceable. Children, less so. The village has no inn, no market square, no place to rest except the church steps or the dirt path itself. But it's a village all the same. We have elders who remember the fire of '89 when half the homes burned. We have newlyweds trying to carve a plot out of nettles. We have a man who claims he once saw a saint in the clouds. Most just nod and keep walking. Everyone sees strange things when they work alone too long. You learn to rely on people without trusting them fully. Borrow a scythe, return it sharper than before. Lend a hand, and someone will lend you one when your cart breaks. But if you owe too much, or complain too loudly, word gets around. And in a place like this, your reputation works harder than you do. The village women form the other half of the economy. Ellen spends her days spinning wool when she's not patching cloaks or boiling nettles into soup. The children gather firewood, though half the time they come back with pine cones and bruises. Even the elderly, those who've made it to the grand age of 50, still tend gardens or mend nets. No one is idle, not really. If you are, people wonder what's wrong with you. And yet, there's an odd beauty in the grind. The way mist curls over the fields in early spring. The soft thump of grain hitting the bottom of a storage bin. The moment after sundown, when the last ember in the hearth glows just long enough to show Ellen's face, tired but smiling. That's not nothing. When feast days come, the world briefly softens. Bread is baked in communal ovens. Ale is passed around. Even the Lord smiles, mostly because he's drinking better wine than we are. Children play with hoops. Old songs are sung. And for one moment, the difference between us and the manor feels a little less wide. It doesn't last, but we hold on to it. So yes, the work never ends. The ache never leaves. And the barley never grows as thick as you hoped. But somehow, through some stubborn thread of hope, you get up each morning, strap on your boots, or what's left of them, and walk into the field again. Because this is your life, and it's worth living, if only because it's yours. You don't plan for children here. They arrive like frost, sometimes early, sometimes late, and always without much warning. One moment, it's just you and Ellen by the hearth. The next, there's a squalling bundle wrapped in old linen, and the whole room feels smaller, noisier, warmer, and far more terrifying. Ellen gives birth in the same straw-stuffed bed where we sleep, mend clothes and sometimes argue over whether we have enough grain to last the week. There's no doctor, just a midwife, old enough to remember delivering half the village, and 2 neighbour women boiling water and whispering prayers that don't sound entirely Christian. I wait outside, pretending to fix a broken latch, because there's nothing else I can do. Men are meant to stay out of the way until they're needed to dig the grave. Most births go well enough, though few go cleanly. There's blood always, sometimes more than seems survivable. Babies arrive how they please. Feet first, sideways, screaming or silent. And there's no certainty. Ellen's first was a stillbirth. We buried him under the hawthorn tree. No name. Just a handful of dirt and a wooden cross I carved myself. When one survives, it feels like a small miracle. The priest baptizes the child within days, not just for salvation, but because, statistically, there's no time to wait. Roughly 1 in 4 children don't make it past their first year. Sometimes it's fever, sometimes choking, sometimes they just stop breathing, and no one knows why. The priest calls it God's will. The midwife mutters about ill winds. Me, I just hold Ellen's hand tighter. Once they're alive and screaming, life doesn't get much easier. Babies don't come with nappies. Cloth is scarce and expensive, so they're swaddled tight in strips of linen and left near the hearth where it's warmest. Ellen nurses them as best she can, though she's tired, always. We sometimes feed them pottage, thinned with ale, if the milk runs dry. It's not ideal, but then again, nothing in a peasant's life ever is. There's no such thing as a nursery. The baby sleeps in our bed, between us, wrapped in the same blanket that smells of soot and sheep. If we had a cradle, it was burned 2 winters ago when we ran out of firewood. I carved a new one from pine, but it creaks like it's telling secrets. Every time it rocks, I pray it doesn't splinter under the weight of hope. Names are chosen fast, not out of sentiment, but practicality. You name the child something common, something that can be shouted across a field. William, Alice, Hugh, Joan. Something easy to carve into a plank. You don't want to get attached to a name that might be gone before spring. Some parents wait weeks to see if the child survives. Others reuse names, like a coat passed down between siblings. Children don't get childhoods here. By the time they can walk, they're put to work, gathering kindling, watching chickens, running errands. By age 7, they're expected to tend geese or weed the garden. By 10, they can plough. Ellen teaches them to spin and sew. I show them how to tie knots, sharpen blades, and read the sky. We don't punish them harshly, not because we're kind, but because life does that for us. 1 winter barefoot is lesson enough. A spoiled meal means hunger. A fall into the pond means days of fever. The world disciplines children more effectively than we ever could. We just try to keep them alive long enough to learn. Stories help, not the noble kind with dragons and brave knights. Ours are older, stranger. Tales of woods that whisper, saints that walk through snow, beasts that punish the greedy. We don't tell them to entertain. We tell them so the children remember what to fear. Religion, of course, runs through it all. We teach them to cross themselves, to fear sin, to fast on Fridays, to kneel even when their knees are raw. Not because we fully understand the scriptures, but because the church is always watching, and 1 wrong word in front of the priest can mean penance, or worse, gossip. And gossip spreads faster than fire. We light candles for St. Margaret if the baby's coughing. We keep dried herbs near the cradle. Feverfew for headaches. Rue to ward off evil. Chamomile to calm a colicky child, though chamomile's scarce and usually reserved for those who can afford indulgence, which we can't. Still, Ellen insists, and I don't argue. Sometimes faith is all we have. In some ways, raising children is the only legacy we have. We own no land. We write no books. When we die, it's up to them to remember our names. So we pass on what little we know. How to dig a furrow straight. How to soothe a burn. How to spot the good kind of mould growing on bread. These lessons, small as they are, might outlast us. Still, every cough in the night feels like a threat. Every fever is a challenge. There's no medicine to speak of, just boiled herbs and whispered prayers. If the child survives, you give thanks. If not, you dig another grave and try again. There's no real privacy. Not in a hut where everyone shares the same air and breathes the same smoke. When one child wakes coughing, everyone does. When one child cries with hunger, the sound sits in your ears for hours. Ellen sings lullabies in low whispers, old ones her mother taught her, most of them about saints and spirits and stolen bread. We hang rowan branches above the door, not just for decoration but to keep sickness out. At least that's what the midwife says. I don't believe in such things, but I don't take them down either. You stop gambling with luck when you've buried 2 sons before their first birthday. Feast days give them something to look forward to. The village might roast a pig. The priest tells tales of miracles. The children run barefoot through the frost and come back red-faced and laughing. On St. Martin's Day, they get little bits of sweetened dough. It's not much, but they remember. Even in the dead of winter, children play. With bones, with sticks, with scraps. They make dolls from bundled straw, swords from firewood. I once saw my eldest son march through the snow wearing a broken pot as a helmet, commanding an army of chickens. There was no audience, no applause, just play. That's how they survive, I think. They don't know how hard life is. Not yet. And when they grow older, they ask about the world beyond the woods, beyond the manor. They ask if kings eat bread like us, if priests sleep in beds, if there are places where snow never falls and soup doesn't taste of roots and regrets. I never lie to them, but I don't always tell the truth either. There are some things a father says just to keep a child's hope alive. The winters are hardest on the little ones. Their fingers stay red and cracked. Their lips go blue at night, even with the fire burning. We wrap them in everything we own. Sometimes we tuck hot stones into cloth and place them near their feet, praying it buys us another hour of sleep without shivers. I've watched Ellen scoop our youngest from his blankets just to hold him tighter, afraid he might slip away if she doesn't. The midwife says it's normal to lose a child. Normal? I hate that word. It shouldn't be normal. But I say nothing. I just nod. And the next morning, I go chop more wood, because there's no time to mourn properly when there's a household to heat and mouths to feed. One year, the river froze over so thick that boys skated on it using flattened bones tied to their feet with string. They slipped and fell and bruised themselves half to death, but they laughed so hard you'd think they'd never known suffering. That's the kind of memory I hold on to. Laughter on ice. A moment when winter wasn't just about survival. And yet, not every family is as lucky. Our neighbours lost 3 children to fever in 1 month. The father stopped speaking for a year. The mother never smiled again. She just tended the goats and stared through people like they were ghosts. You learn quickly that grief is a quiet neighbour, always nearby, never loud, always watching. Still, there's pride in raising children who survive, even more in seeing them help. Our eldest, now 11, can mend a fence. He checks the snares. He counts the chickens better than I do. I watch him sometimes from the doorway, moving with purpose, jaw set like mine. And for a moment, I believe maybe, just maybe, he'll have a better life than I did. But I don't say that out loud. That kind of hope feels fragile, like thin ice. Better to keep it close, where the frost can't get it. The pain starts in your knees. That's where it always begins. You tell yourself it's the damp. Then your shoulders ache, your back throbs, and your hands curl in on themselves like old roots. You're not even 40. But your body thinks you've lived twice as long. My name's Thomas, and I've worked the field since I was tall enough to hold a rake. Now when I grip a tool, my knuckles crack like firewood. The ache isn't sharp. It's just there, like the cold, or the smoke, or the weight of the thatch on our roof. You get used to it, sort of. Illness is part of life. Not the kind that knocks you down once in a while. The kind that settles in and stays. One winter, Ellen coughed so hard I thought she'd bring the rafters down. We boiled onion in ale and made her drink it by the spoonful. A local woman said to rub goose fat on her chest and hang garlic from the ceiling. We did both. She lived, so maybe it worked. Or maybe she just refused to die while the stew still needed seasoning. There's no doctor in the village. Closest thing is old Wren, who's either a healer or a witch, depending on who you ask, and whether the fever broke. She knows every herb in the woods. What makes your bowels move? What makes a wound close faster? What might kill a man slowly if he's been unkind to his wife? She says fever few for headaches, yarrow for bleeding, nettle for strength. I trust her more than the priest when it comes to sickness. Most remedies involve boiling something that smells worse than the illness itself. Then you drink it, sweat through your shirt, and pray. If that fails, they bleed you. A shallow cut on the arm sometimes leeches. The idea is to let the sickness out with the blood. Personally, I think it lets the strength out faster. The church has cures too. Holy water, relics, and enough prayers to drown a small chapel. Once, when our boy came down with a rash, the priest said it was punishment for my sins. Gave me a candle and told me to light it every night until the child got better. He recovered in 3 days. The priest claimed a miracle. I think it was the willow bark tea Ellen forced down his throat. We don't bathe often. Not because we like being filthy, but because bathing is risky. They say it opens your pores and lets disease in. So we sponge off with a damp cloth and hope no one gets too close. Lice are everywhere. Fleas too. Ellen combs our daughter's hair with a heated blade of wood, trying to kill what lives beneath the curls. It works, mostly. Wounds fester easily. I once stepped on a nail while fixing the shed roof. The foot swelled like a pig's bladder. Old Wren smeared it with honey and wrapped it in dock leaves. She said honey draws out the bad humours. Maybe it does. The swelling went down, eventually. I limped for months, but I kept the foot, which feels like a win. When something worse comes, real sickness, the kind that spreads like fire and smells like death, we panic. Lock the doors. burn herbs in the hearth. Some say plague rides on the breath of sinners. Others say it comes from the east in the belly of rats. We don't argue. We just try to stay alive. During one outbreak, we lost 8 in the village. They were buried before the dirt had even thawed. The humours. That's the theory anyway. Blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Balance them, and you stay healthy. Upset them, and you're doomed. I never understood it. But people who do say, if your bile's off, you'll get boils. If your blood's too hot, you get nosebleeds. Everything has a reason, just none that help you feel better. Children are hardest to watch suffer. They don't understand why the world hurts. Our youngest once screamed for 2 days straight, swollen with something we couldn't name. Wren gave us a charm made of rowan and thread. Ellen tied it around his neck, sobbing into the cloth. He lived, but we still keep the charm. The church forbids some cures, says they're pagan. But when your daughter's lips turn blue and she won't wake, you don't worry about theology. You boil the roots. You whisper the words. You call on saints and spirits alike. Most of us will die from something small. A cut that rots. A fever that lingers. A toothache that turns to abscess. I've seen a man scream from a molar until he passed out cold. They pulled it with pliers and a prayer. He didn't wake up. No one talks about it. Sometimes I wonder what it's like elsewhere. Do the nobles get sick like us? Do they have herbs? Or do they just close their heavy doors and let the poor die first? I've never seen a noble sneeze. Maybe they have better humours. Despite it all, life goes on. We get up, we cough, we limp. We press cloth to the bleeding and keep moving. Because the sheep need herding. The grain needs grinding. The world doesn't stop for your sickness, not until you do. The older I get, the more I think pain is a kind of background music. Always playing, never noticed until it stops. My legs seize up during the frost. My wrists throb after chopping wood. No one calls it illness, it's just being alive. In our village, no one talks much about pain. It's not considered polite. If you complain too loudly, someone might assume you're cursed, or worse, malingering. So we grunt, we groan, we mutter just the weather, and we keep digging trenches with hands that barely close anymore. Women have it worse. Ellen once worked through a fever so severe she hallucinated bees crawling under her skin. Still she finished spinning the yarn, baked the bread, fed the chickens. She collapsed only after the last chore was done. Wren called it hard winter sickness. I call it exhaustion, dressed in disease. Some villagers believe in charms. Knots of thread hung over doors, feathers tied with nettle stalks, carved bits of wood soaked in salt water. Are they foolish? Maybe. But I've seen people healed after the charms went up. And I've seen people die after the priest said they'd be fine. So who's to say? Even dreams change when you're ill. I once dreamed I was walking through a warm forest, barefoot, with no pain in my hips. Just walking, that's it. That was the dream. I woke up and cried because it wasn't real. Ellen didn't ask why. She just held my hand. On feast days, we give thanks for what hasn't killed us. Sometimes we even laugh about it. Old Harold, who lost a finger to rot and now makes rude gestures with his stump. Or young May, who swears by drinking warm vinegar to cure headaches. Doesn't work. But the face she makes is worth the show. Death never arrives with a trumpet. It's a slow cough, a shadow behind the eyes, a finger that won't stop swelling. You learn the signs, you feel it before it knocks, and still you hope you're wrong, Because even after everything, after the pain, the weakness, the fear, no one wants to leave this hard, beautiful, miserable life. Illness doesn't just affect the body, it changes the rhythm of the house. Fires are stoked higher. Meals go half-cooked. Chores fall to children. Ellen once ran the house alone for 3 weeks, while I battled a lung infection that rattled like pebbles in a jar. When I could finally sit up again, the house looked the same, but Ellen didn't. Her eyes were older, her back more bent. When death does come, it's quiet. No fanfare, no sudden screams. Just a stillness in the chest, a cooling of the hands. We wash the body, say a prayer, and bury them before the flies arrive. There's no embalming, no long mourning period. Just a short walk to the edge of the woods, a shovel, and enough tears to soak the first handful of earth. Afterward, the priest comes by with blessings. He says suffering is a test. I nod, but I'm not sure what we're meant to prove. Maybe that we can keep going, that we can wake up the next day, relight the fire, boil the herbs, and pretend the house isn't missing something precious and irreplaceable. Maybe that's all there is to it. Some mornings, before my back's even straightened out, and my hands have remembered how to grip, I hear the bell, low and mournful, carried on the wind like an old secret. That's the church bell. It tells us when to rise, when to rest, when to repent, and when to bury another neighbour. My name is still Thomas. I've been a son, a brother, a husband, a father, and, after enough winters, a mourner more times than I care to count. I've built fences, tilled fields, raised children, and tried, above all else, to be good. Not clever, not important, just good enough not to bring shame, sickness, or supernatural punishment upon this little stretch of muddy ground I call life. In our village, religion isn't something you think about. It's something that thinks about you. Constantly. The church is the largest building for miles, and the only one with enough stones to look permanent. Everything else rots, leaks, or burns. But the church stands like God's own ledger, watching and waiting. Every Sunday we file into that stone echo chamber to listen to Father Elric, who delivers sermons like they're firewood, heavy, splintered, and absolutely necessary. He talks of sin like it's the air we breathe, and heaven like a place we might earn, if we just keep coughing through the cold without complaining too much. Mass isn't optional. The Lord demands it, the priest enforces it. And Agnes, who gossips with the fury of 10 monks, will absolutely report you if your seat is empty. I missed one Sunday during the fever and spent the next week repenting publicly and coughing into the communal chalice. The church calendar runs our lives. There are holy days, saints' days, fasting days, and days when you're only allowed to think about your sins. There are feast days too, but you better hope your Lord is generous, because the church won't be footing the bill for the meat pie. We tithe, 1/10 of everything we grow, raise, or earn. That means 1/10 of our grain, eggs, wool, chickens, even if we're already on the edge of starvation. It's called God's share. Funny how God's share always ends up in the priest's granary. Religion governs more than food and time. It governs how you marry, how you bathe, how you sleep, and how you die. Ellen and I were married in that church with a blessing and a warning. "Obey your husband," the priest said. She nodded, then squeezed my hand so hard I thought my knuckles might pop. Every child is baptized in the first days after birth. even if they're barely breathing. Especially if they're barely breathing. We need to get them in the door of heaven before fever or fate slams it shut. We've lost 2 like that. Wrapped them in linen, buried them behind the chapel wall. Father Elric said they were safe now. I didn't ask for proof. Our children know their prayers before they know their numbers. Latin rolls off their tongues like nursery rhymes. We don't understand half of what we're saying, but the words matter. Repetition is protection. Say the right thing, bow at the right time, and maybe the Lord will let the crops grow this year. The Church teaches us that hell is always waiting, a place of fire, darkness, and eternal wailing. It's described with more passion than heaven, which sounds lovely but vague. Pearly gates and singing angels. But hell, that's vivid. It has levels, and rules, and demons with names. Makes you wonder which place the clergy thinks about more. There's a saint for every disaster. Saint Apollonia for toothaches. Saint Anthony for lost animals. Saint Scholastica for storms. We don't light candles, we beg favours. Some wear tokens. Others whisper prayers into tree trunks or bury relics in their gardens. Officially, that's not condoned. But we're peasants. We'll take protection from wherever we can get it. Superstition fills the gaps where the church won't go. A dream of falling means a death's coming. A barn owl in the rafters means a curse. If the fire hisses without wind, someone's lying in the room. We hang horseshoes over the door, place iron near the cradle, and never, ever speak the name of someone recently buried after dark. Old Wren keeps bones wrapped in cloth under her bed, says they're from saints. Agnes says they're from rats. But when the crops failed last year, even Agnes went to Wren for a blessing. Sometimes, when the priest leaves the village, Wren visits the sick. She mumbles over them, burns herbs, and says words in a language no one claims to know. Half the time, they get better. The priest doesn't ask how. Confession is its own ritual. You kneel on cold stone, list your sins, envy, pride, sloth, that time you swore at a cow, and the priest tells you how many prayers it'll take to earn back God's good graces. It's not math, but it feels like it. Small sin, 5 Hail Marys. Big sin, longer kneeling and maybe a scolding. The trick is to never confess anything that might require public penance. Sometimes they flog people in the square. A boy who stole bread. A woman who cursed during childbirth. The church calls it correction. The rest of us call it spectacle. We watch because not watching looks suspicious. And because the world's so grim, it's hard to look away from a drama that isn't your own. Punishments are harsh, but vague. The church's justice isn't about fairness. It's about example. It's about fear. They want obedience, not understanding. We don't ask why. We just bow our heads and avoid questions that don't have safe answers. Even holidays are theirs. Christmas, Easter, Pentecost, days meant for rest, but never for joy without guilt. We attend Mass, fast, and maybe, if the Lord allows, eat something better than gruel. I remember once we had venison. The priest said it was a gift. I saw the squire dragging the deer through the woods 2 days earlier. Maybe the saints delivered it, or maybe they were just busy looking elsewhere. There's comfort in the ritual, even when you're not sure you believe every word. Lighting a candle for a lost child, kneeling beside your wife as she prays for a better harvest, holding a trembling hand in the confessional and whispering something that's weighed on you since the frost took your neighbour. I've buried friends who died with rosaries in their hands. I've seen men scream for mercy with their last breath. The church says heaven waits for the faithful. But when the earth is hard and the stomach is empty, faith can feel like a coin flipped into the dark. Maybe it lands somewhere good, maybe it doesn't. Still I pray every night for my children, for Ellen, for the animals, even for Agnes, just in case. And I try to be good, because in a world where you don't have much, no title, no money, no say, your goodness is the only thing you get to choose. Sometimes that's enough. Sometimes it has to be. Every family has a story of a miracle, or at least something close enough. My grandmother swore the Virgin appeared in the frost on our window one winter. My uncle claimed a saint spared his leg from gangrene after he dreamed of fire. Are they true? Who knows? But when the snow is falling, and the roof groans under the weight, and the fire's gone low, you tell those stories again. Not because they're certain, but because they're kind. And in this life, that's a rare thing. So tomorrow, I'll rise again with the bell, bow my head at Mass, and thank the saints I've made it this far. Not because it's easy, but because it's what we do. We endure, we believe, and we carry on. One prayer, one superstition, one cold morning at a time. It's strange, feeling old in a body that's barely seen 4 decades, but that's how it goes. I'm 40, give or take. No one's really counting. And I creak like the barn door in November. My name is still Thomas, and I've worked these fields since I could stand upright. I've got more scars than memories, and most mornings I feel like a tree that was struck by lightning but didn't quite fall over. They call us old when our backs curve and our teeth start dropping. Not because we've earned some great title or pension, but because it's rare to even reach this age. Most don't. Most are buried before they ever get to mutter about aching joints or how things used to be better back when bread didn't taste like old dirt. So here I am, still breathing, still bending, still one stubbed toe from becoming a cautionary tale for the younger lads. My hands, once strong enough to lift bundles of wheat and wrestle stubborn pigs, now tremble when I grip the plough. My knees, which have spent years kneeling in dirt, prayer and grief, complain with every bend. I've started walking with a stick. Not because I want to, I'd rather limp like a fool, but because it's that or cruel. You'd think I'd earned some rest by now, but there's still wood to chop, grain to grind, and animals to feed. Ellen says I should take it easy, but the fire doesn't light itself, and no one else is going to keep the roof patched. So I move slower, ache louder, and pretend I'm still as sharp as I was back when I could sprint across the village without pulling something. Truth is, you age fast when you spend your life in mud, wind, and worry. The sun carves lines into your face. The cold hollows out your bones. And the hunger, even when it doesn't kill you, leaves its mark. It's not just the body, it's the loss. I've buried more people than I can name. My father died when I was barely big enough to carry a shovel. My sister, in the great fever of '89. One of my boys during the last frost, when the chimney cracked and the smoke filled the room before we woke. We don't cry loudly. That's not how it works. We nod, we dig, we lower them into the earth, and then we go home and scrub the hearth as if that will bring them back. Some folks turn bitter, others quiet. I've done both. These days, I mostly just talk to the fire. In the village, you become the old one once you outlive 2 generations. Children start asking your opinion, even if you've never said anything worth repeating. You get asked to bless meals, settle arguments, explain why the moon looks odd, as if surviving makes you wise. But I know better. Half of survival is luck. The other half is sheer stubbornness. There's no such thing as retirement. That word doesn't exist for us. When you can't work the fields anymore, you mend tools, scare crows, or tend to the chickens with whatever's left of your knees. If you're too feeble for even that, you tell stories and hope someone leaves bread at your door. If you're lucky, you'll have children who still live close and kind enough to care for you. If not, the winter decides when it's time to lie down for good. Meals grow smaller too. The best cuts go to the younger ones. They've got work to do. You make do with crusts, soup from bones, and whatever's still growing in the back plot. My teeth are fewer now, and I chew slowly, carefully, like every bite is a negotiation. Sometimes I forget what food tasted like when I still had all my molars. Not that it was ever much to begin with. My hearing isn't what it was either. Half the time I pretend I didn't catch the insult or the joke. The other half I genuinely didn't. The younger lads think I'm going soft. Let them. There's power in being underestimated, and peace in not hearing Agnes's complaints the first time around. Every now and then I catch a glimpse of myself in the water trough, a face I barely recognise, sunken cheeks, greying beard, eyes that look like they've seen too much and remember too little. My hair, once thick and dark, is now thinning and wiry, more hay than hair. Ellen says I'm still handsome. I think she lies out of pity or habit. Either way, I let her. The church says we gain wisdom as we age. That time polishes the soul. Maybe that's true. Or maybe we just learn how to complain more politely. Still, I do find myself thinking more. Not about regrets, but about patterns. How the rains come earlier now. How children stop asking questions once they see you don't have answers. How death doesn't surprise you anymore, just reminds you to keep your good cloak mended. In the evenings, I sit near the hearth and carve things from scrap wood. Little animals, faces, once a rosary. Ellen says it keeps me quiet. I say it keeps me sane. There's not much difference anymore. Sometimes I walk to the edge of the village and just stand there, looking at the trees. I used to climb them when I was a boy. Now I watch the wind move through their branches and wonder which will fall first, me or the oak near the stream. The lads think I'm strange, that I've grown quiet, soft, thoughtful. But that's just what happens when you've lived long enough. You run out of noise. You realise that most arguments weren't worth the breath, and most of the people you argued with are gone anyway. You notice the small things more. The way frost clings to the edge of the window like lace. The sound of Ellen's stitching late at night. The smell of fresh straw on the floor. They don't seem like much, but when your bones hurt and your days blur, these details are what anchor you. You also start to reckon with what you've done, and haven't. The child you yelled at too harshly. The feast day you skipped to rest. The neighbour you never quite forgave. The little things that stick, long after bigger memories fade. The lads in the village say I'm lucky, that I've made it this far. But they don't see the toll it takes. How every cough feels like a warning. How every winter could be the last. They see me smile and think I've made peace with things. But most days, I'm just tired. I still work, in my own way. I sharpen tools. I teach the younger ones how not to cut their thumbs off with a sickle. I sit with the dying when no one else can bear it. That last one. That one's important. There's something about being near someone when they pass. It's not loud or dramatic. It's quiet. Like a candle going out when no one's watching. And I pray more. Not for myself, but for my children. For Ellen. For the strength to keep rising each day, even when I'd rather not. Faith changes with age. It stops being about reward and becomes more about rhythm. Like breath. Or the seasons. So I carry on. Slowly. Quietly, with a limp in my step and 1,000 memories in my bones. I don't know how much time I've got left, but I know how to use it. I'll feed the fire. I'll teach the young. I'll kiss Ellen's cheek while she's still within reach. Because even in a world built to forget men like me, I remember, and I endure, until I can't. And even then, the sun will rise and someone else, maybe one of mine, will carry the pail, sow the field, and remember my name, if only in passing. There's no grand finale, no parade, no one reads your name from a scroll, or carves it into anything fancy. When a peasant dies, the world keeps spinning. The bread keeps baking. The animals still need feeding. But for the handful of people who knew your laugh, your limp, or the way you always cursed at the rooster, it matters. At least for a while. I suppose I always knew how it would end. Not dramatic, not clean, just slow. A fire that gets smaller each winter, until one day it goes out for good. There are no doctors, no warm hospitals, no last-minute miracles. Just a straw mattress, a bucket nearby, and people trying not to look too worried, or too relieved. The signs come slowly at first. You wake later, eat less. The strength in your hands disappears like morning frost. Ellen watches me closely now, not in fear, but with that quiet attentiveness she's always had. She knows I'm slipping. So do I. I've started putting things in order. Not because I think death can be scheduled like a village council, but because I'd rather not leave a mess. I've shown our eldest where the tools are buried, the ones I kept sharp. I've told him which wall leaks when it rains, and where I once stored the dried rosemary Ellen likes to use for soup, though I doubt it still smells of anything now. There's a weight to these days, a slowness. The world feels dimmer at the edges, like dusk that never lifts. But I'm not afraid, truly. I've lived through famine, frost, and funerals. Death is no longer a stranger. More like a neighbour who knocks occasionally, just to see if you're home. The priest has been by twice this week. He doesn't say it outright, but he carries his little book of rites now, tucked beneath one arm like a secret waiting to be opened. Last time, he asked if I had any sins to confess. I said I had a list, but the rooster incident was probably the worst of them. He didn't laugh, but Ellen did. We peasants don't get grand funerals. No choirs, no carved angels. If you're lucky, you get a box. More often, it's just a woolen wrap, a short prayer, and a shallow grave somewhere near the chapel wall. The important thing is the blessing. Without it, well, you're risking purgatory. Or worse. I've seen too many buried without rites. A fever takes someone too quick. The priest is off in another parish, and they're laid to rest with nothing but hurried hands and whispered hopes. That won't be me, I hope. I've tried to live clean, paid my tithes, honoured the saints, even fasted on days when there was food to fast from. I remember the last frost that took a man before his time, old Gerard. He slipped on the path by the well, broke his leg, and never stood again. We wrapped him in his cloak, the good one with the patches, and laid him beneath the yew tree. His widow, Marjorie, placed his walking stick at his side, said he might need it in the next world. Burials are quiet here. The bell tolls once, maybe twice. Neighbours gather if they can, but work rarely pauses. The cows won't milk themselves. The village doesn't stop because one soul stopped breathing. And yet, there's a kind of grace in the simplicity. No procession, no grand eulogy, just familiar hands, familiar dirt, and a cross made from 2 crooked branches. We mark our dead not with stones, but with stories. The way he laughed, the way he always fixed the church roof before anyone asked, the way he once ate an entire onion on a dare. That's how we live on, not in marble, but in memory. I've asked Ellen to sing for me when the time comes. Just a quiet hymn, nothing fancy. She has a soft voice, like a lullaby wrapped in wool. I'd rather go out listening to that than the priest's wheezing Latin. The children have started treating me differently too. My youngest granddaughter, Alice, asked if I was going to turn into a ghost. I told her only if she kept stealing turnips from the cellar. She giggled, but I saw the worry in her eyes. They all know. There's a tradition in our village, passed from mother to daughter. When death comes, you open the windows. Even in winter. It's said to let the soul out, to carry it skyward. I don't know if I believe it, but I've left instructions anyway, just in case. And then there's the matter of legacy. A strange word for a man who owns nothing. No title, no wealth, no land. But maybe legacy isn't gold. Maybe it's the fence I helped mend. The prayer I whispered beside a sickbed. The way my eldest son now kneels before supper without being told. The church teaches that if we live rightly, we'll be rewarded after death. A place without hunger, or pain, or frostbitten toes. I hope that's true. But I've also learned not to count chickens, especially after last winter when the fox got in. Still, I do wonder. What will they say when I'm gone? That I worked hard? That I loved Ellen? That I always remembered to patch the thatch before the rains came? Maybe that's enough. Ellen says she'll bury me near the elder tree if the ground isn't frozen. I like that spot. It's quiet. In the spring, the roots smell like sweetness and old wood. And if she places the carving I made, the one with the little rooster on it, I suppose I'll go out with a bit of a smirk. So when the end comes, and I think it's close now, I'll meet it like I've met every storm, every famine, every failed harvest, with quiet resignation, a muttered curse, and a bit of hope. Not for heaven, but for memory. For a life lived, if not easily, then at least completely. It's not the fear of death that weighs heaviest. It's the worry that you'll be forgotten. That everything you built, everything you endured, might vanish like smoke up a chimney. But I take comfort in knowing my hand shaped this place. Every groove in the wood, every furrow in the soil, bears my mark. The village remembers in quiet ways. A child repeating a saying you once muttered. A patch of herbs still growing by the path because you dropped seeds there half a lifetime ago. A crooked fence post no one ever bothered to fix because it was just how Thomas made it. And when Ellen lights the hearth, long after I'm gone, the warmth will still reach the same corners. Maybe that's all we can ask. To have mattered in small ways. To have been part of something that keeps on breathing after we don't. So I close my eyes with no grand speech, just the crackle of fire, the smell of peat, and the quiet rhythm of life continuing, as it always has. And maybe, just maybe, someone will sit by the elder tree one day and feel a little warmth in the breeze. Not enough to name, not enough to explain, but enough to know that someone lived here, loved here, and passed quietly, remembered not in marble, but in the marrow of the village itself.